Dana Spradling, after Taylor's cardiac arrest, your son, you went from being his mom to navigating full time care and eventually building just in time adaptive wellness. What is one or two gaps between hospital care and real life that families don't understand until they're suddenly living in it?
The first thing I believe would be just, the you don't know what you don't know.
Mm,
And so all of a sudden you're home and for us it was after 204 days.
mm,
And so we finally brought our son home from the hospital and you're like, "Okay, well, um now what?
yeah,
What do we do now?"
right.
And so that is a huge gap because all of a sudden, you have you have this enormous responsibility of well, I mean, for me, I just feel like I need to keep him alive.
Yeah,
I really felt I know that sounds extreme, but for me, and for I think a lot of people, that is a reality. I needed to make sure that I what I was doing was going to just let him stay alive, and that is a very heavy, heavy feeling for a mom and for a family.
yeah,
So it's scary. It's just very scary. So that's a huge gap right there, that whole coming home without knowing anything
yeah,
at all, basically and fundamentally, about what to do.
yeah.
Very different from the first time I brought him home from
Uh-huh.
the hospital at, 8 pounds, 10 ounces.
Oh,
And so very, very different situation.
yeah,
A lot of, things happened for me that were just instinct.
yeah.
And caregiving has a lot of instinct.
Uh-huh.
As a mom, you have a lot of instinct, but what's in that gap is
Yeah,
the details of taking care of them, not instinct,
yeah,
because it's specific
right.
and it requires equipment,
Mm,
and it requires all of these things that you just don't know. You don't know what you don't know.
sure.
So that is a huge gap. The second part to that is you also don't know who to call.
Yeah.
You also don't know who to reach out to, and you begin this feeling of being very alone very quickly
Mm,
in this world. Your world gets very, 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 very small very quickly,
yeah,
and so you're operating, almost robotically to get through, not days, not even half days. For me, I was making it hour to hour.
mm,
And that's how I felt. It's how it felt. I'm like, if I can just get through this hour,
yeah,
then I'll worry about the next hour, but I just need to get through this. So, not knowing who to call, what to do, where to look at all, um, was very, I hate to use the word, but it was very paralyzing for me
yeah.
and mind numbing. So
Pun
the
intended.
pun or unintended or tended, yeah.
Yeah.
It was sort of mind numbing.
Right. Well, okay, so we will definitely get into that whole journey, your story and all that. But first, can outside of that, who are you?
Well, I'm Dana. I Who I am is a mom on a mission.
Mhm.
My credentials are, very, very limited in that, I'm a mom on a mission. That's what I am, and I'm on a mission to I knew that we weren't the only family. This crisis didn't happen to only us.
Mhm.
It certainly has happened to people before, families, certainly is going to happen to families after, and so impact was what I wanted to be a part of, that alone feeling,
Yeah.
helping to nurture that so that that feeling doesn't really exist, so magnificently for people because
Yeah.
it's so isolating, and that actually prevents any kind of progress.
Mm.
That isolation prevents any kind of progress for your person.
Yeah.
Um, I am a mammal,
All right.
so I have a grand princess, as I like to call her. She's, just about 17 and a half months old now and truly, truly a very, very special love God saves
Yeah.
for you to have 4 grandchildren, and it's It's undeniable, it's explosive, it's perfect love that you
Yeah.
have for these little people. And, I have a son and a daughter, also true lights of my world. I have Taylor and I have, Victoria, also Tori, so I've got the little TNT thing going.
Nice.
But, they have always been and are my world.
Yeah.
And our daughter is married and our son-in-law precious as well. Probably not what he would like to be known as, but he is he is precious because I know that my daughter and my grand princess are very, very, very safe
Yeah.
and they are very well loved,
Mm.
which is important. And they're nearby. They actually moved. They were in Chicago, my daughter and son-in-law, and they moved home being here. He's from Michigan, but moved home here to help us
Yeah.
in our situation. We have a very small family, so that's it. Other than my sister and brother-in-law and nephew who live in the DC area.
Okay.
And so, they're extremely helpful as well. But just distance, miles apart.
Yeah.
She checks in with me every single morning, though. I
Great.
talk with my sister every single morning.
Wow. That's
And
a
then,
great relationship.
we as our dad, his whole goal was seamless,
Yeah.
and that's what he created,
Mm.
seamless.
That's awesome.
So, double trouble, I
Yeah.
believe people would call us.
Can
But,
you explain how we know each other?
we know each other because, of Abby Marsh.
Yep.
Abby Marsh is someone that we've known, for, oh gosh, about 5 years, and we connected with her through, actually Bolts to Nuts out their nonprofit, they do, adaptive cooking,
Yep.
and so we got involved with adaptive cooking lessons, and Abby was out there, and we just, well, to know Abby is to love Abby,
Yeah.
and so we just, developed a friendship from that, and she's been just super supportive, and we've been involved in things together through the Bridge Adaptive
Yeah.
and other type of social events like that, so that's
Yeah.
how we know.
I've had Eric and Yvonne Boltz on
Yes.
the podcast. I've had Abby Marsh on the podcast. I've had multiple people from the bridge, including the founder,
Yep.
CEO, I think he is what he would go by, Danny
Danny
Myers.
Myers. Mhm.
Yeah, so there's a lot of overlap.
Yeah.
However, this is the first time we're meeting.
Yes.
It's pretty exciting. Thank you for coming on the podcast. If we weren't sitting here right now, doing the podcast, what would you be doing?
Well, right now, you're talking about, like, right now, literally what I'd be doing?
Yeah.
Right now, what I would literally be doing is I would be at home with, my husband. We'll be married, 39 years early next month on August 8th. And Sunday mornings, he loves to fix breakfast for
Mm.
us. So, he loves to he's a phenomenal cook, and so he loves to create, breakfast. We always, as much as we can, try to have a nice Sunday morning breakfast. He and I, generally starts with a fantastic spicy Bloody Mary
Ooh, okay.
that he also creates. And so we sort of ease into the mornings typically, and just, you know, sort of, I guess, recalibrate from the week
Yeah.
and then get ready
Uh,
for the week. He and I are a tag team when it comes to caregiving. He is obviously, I am primary simply because I'm with Taylor
yeah.
all day,
Yeah.
and but without him in the evenings or on the weekends, he's pivotal to it. I mean, it takes two people to give Taylor a shower.
Right.
Something just that simple. So
What breakfast? Is it varying week over week, or is it something
well,
common, or
I guess he does kind of vary it, but our probably the variance largely is, would you prefer bacon or sausage? And
okay.
then and his favorite thing to do in the starting in the spring and then well into the fall because the weather hangs out, is everything is grilled.
Oh,
So the whole breakfast is done on the grill.
do you do eggs on the
So oh,
grill?
yeah, because if you have like a griddle.
Griddle, yeah.
Yeah, so everything is done right there, and it's It's remarkable.
That's
And
awesome.
it's minutes that you grab because, your world's completely turned upside down,
Yeah.
so you're not doing all of the things that you did before, and, so date nights become date breakfast. Yeah.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, I really like grilling and smoking. I have
Mhm.
a Weber and I've got I bought a griddle for it, but I've never used it. So,
It's an
I maybe
outstanding
try it.
tool. He just acquired a smoker this spring, so lots of smoked meat opportunities have come into our home. In fact, I
Yeah.
do believe one of today's meals will include, brisket nachos from
Ooh,
leftover brisket that he did.
yum.
So, and he's fantastic at taking one thing and then turning it into multiple things. One might say he adapts it. Yeah.
That's funny. Yeah. Yeah, one other question I like to ask is, what's one of the if you could adopt any skill or trait, um, overnight, what would it be?
Um, I've well, I once said to a friend, "I just wish I had more hours in the day. I wish I could get more
Uh,
hours in the day." And that's not a skill or a trait, but what I would do is with those additional hours to which he said, "You would just fill them and want more hours."
Yeah.
So which is true, but I'm really working on trying to better organize my time,
Mm.
become more efficient with my time because I'm that person that one thought causes another, creates another, creates another. I'm also the person that, if you give a mouse a cookie, then, I go to do this, but then I see that and I go to do that. Then I see something else that needs to be done. And then so you've got like all these little mini things that
Y
need to be done.
yeah.
And then you kind of have to backtrack to kind of get them all. So it's just it's being more time efficient, I
Yeah.
guess I would like to be, and I feel like I'm pretty good at it though,
Yeah.
but not as good as I'd like to be.
Yeah. That's interesting. That's one of the things I love talking about on the podcast is, like, time efficiency and, like, just productivity. Because like, where my mind goes is like, "Okay, if I'm working on the podcast or watching tennis videos for coaching and whatever else, like I could be I could be uber efficient with my time. But then there's also times where like I just want to watch like a mindless podcast and it's
Right.
like, okay, but could I be doing like yoga or something that's maybe more healthy than like a mindless brain rot
Yeah, right,
podcast?
right.
And it's like, where do you think that balance is?
I d well, I the while you were saying that, I'm like, I completely get that, and I also think that there's room for all of it.
Yeah,
There is room, and there has to be, and I think that that actually is a great explanation of wellness,
yeah,
because if you are on all the time, that's not healthy for your
yeah,
brain or your body.
yeah,
It's so many, parts of being healthy require downtime,
yeah.
whatever that looks like. Um, when my husband and I have Sunday morning, our favorite song is, Easy Like Sunday Morning. I even have a t-shirt that says
Nice.
Easy Like Sunday Morning. You just sort of ease into that day and then we spend that time. Could either of us be doing something else? 100%.
Yeah,
The most important thing to be doing at that moment is what we're doing.
sure.
And so that's time you have to reframe
Yeah,
your time together and reframe what that looks like, and for us, that's it.
yeah,
Just for us, that's what works for us. And so and it doesn't happen every Sunday for all the reasons life happens,
yeah,
but that's an effort that we make. So for you to choose to do that, I think is as important as productive,
mm,
actually, and there's probably a lot less burnout opportunity
yeah,
with if you just kept going, 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 going.
yeah,
I feel like you just would well, I don't feel like it, I know. You
mhm,
just run out, because
mhm,
I have burnt you say, "Look, I'm" what people say, "I'm burning the candle at both ends here."
yeah,
And and you just need a break.
Mhm.
And or I have to take a vacation. I need a personal day. And those are choices that you make to do mindless somethings
Yeah.
because you just are you're killing it. You're doing it. You're doing all the right things.
Yeah.
But if you don't take a break, your body will choose to take a break for you.
Yeah, that's so
It
true.
will choose that break for you,
Mm.
and whether it's in the form of a headache or a cold or, or anything, your body will take care of that for you, so
Yeah, yeah, that's such a good point. Okay, so I want to transition into we will get into the full story, but just to kind of set the scene, your son Taylor has a disability. So can you explain what that disability is?
sure, and, I feel like he's navigating multiple disabilities because, one disability it's like an umbrella,
Yeah,
right? Because
yeah.
there's multiple things underneath that umbrella.
Mhm.
But, in February of 21, on February 4 of 21, Taylor actually came home. He was a D1 soccer coach out at Northern Arizona University,
Mhm.
and he was a soccer player. He was, that was, his everything. He loved soccer more than life.
Mm.
And it served him well because he made his way up through college soccer and into the coaching community and was out there. It was also COVID, which made it a little more complicated. Well, actually made it a lot more complicated, but it made it easier to write different feelings off.
Mhm.
And, he was out there all alone, um, eh, maybe about 8 months, didn't know anybody, and just really sort of started to feel really not well, and then over about 2 weeks, it just plummeted.
Oh.
And so we're on the phone, my husband and I, our daughter, we're on the phone with him constantly. Finally, we made the decision to get him home. I made an appointment with our family doctor. My husband, we got a plane ticket to come from Flagstaff to Cincinnati. He had to change planes twice. He was so weak that, my husband arranged for a wheelchair to take him from gate to gate,
Mm.
because he couldn't walk
Wow.
and, didn't have the strength to even do that. And so once we got him home, my husband picked him up. We brought him home. He brought him home, uh, got him settled in the home. They got home about 5. I got home about 5:30, went in, chatted with him, talked to him a bit, walked out to see if he nothing really sounded good, but he thought maybe chicken noodle soup might.
Mm.
So I went out to ask my husband if we had that and went back to talk to him, and I found him unresponsive on the bed.
Whoa.
And, in that very moment, the whole world stopped. And, not only his heart, but our whole world stopped. And so I naturally screamed. My husband came in and we called 911. In the meantime, we got him on the floor and my husband um, started
CPR.
CPR, big push for CPR. Even if you d I will say though, I mean, learn it. If you don't know it, learn it.
Yeah.
Obviously, my husband was not CPR certified, but he remembered. It came back, from all of the training that he had had. He was a soccer coach when, Coach Taylor coming up, and they always had CPR certification, and so it came back, and I can so funny, I can remember standing there going, "It's staying alive, staying
Oh
alive,
my
staying"
god.
doing it like that because he kept wanting to do the 1, 2, 3, then breathe, but
Yeah.
I'm like, "No, no, 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 it's staying alive, staying alive," and it didn't matter because by then, the first responders arrived and to me, I was standing at the door screaming. It looked like they were walking in slow motion and
Mm.
I'm screaming at them to hurry, to please hurry, that this is serious
Yeah.
and to run, don't walk. And they got in and then my husband and I were ushered out of the room and we were not allowed back in. While they were working on him, we heard the clear we heard that twice
Uh,
and, because they, got him, lost him, and brought him back, I remember, it's funny what you do remember. I remember screaming at God
Yeah.
because I'm like, "This is you're it. This is where you step in.
Uh,
This is your big moment here, God. This is your big moment. This is where you step in." And, um and they finally brought him out, and they have this, machine that's above him and attached, and I can see his hands there, but it was doing the CPR for him,
yeah.
and he was holding on to this, and then, meanwhile, my husband called my sister and got a hold of our daughter. Again, she was in Chicago, and they took him to B North.
Mhm.
And, we went to be North where, on the way, we later learned they had to revive him a couple more times and so forth, but, we were there at B North for.
So, real quick, I'm gonna cut you off because we're gonna. I've got a bunch of questions
Oh, sure.
about like that whole journey.
Yeah.
What's his disability though now?
Oh, now. Okay,
Yeah.
great question. Well, as result of that cardiac arrest, he was, about 20 to 25 minutes without oxygen.
Wow.
So the disability is a result of his anoxic brain injury. He has a defibrillator. The best thing on him, ironically, is his heart.
Wow.
I mean, it works great
Yeah.
now. It didn't, but it does now. So his disabilities stem from the anoxic brain injury. So for Taylor, when Taylor came home, and all along the way, um, he has had to learn how to do things that, even an infant, a newborn that comes home, can do automatically, such as swallowing,
Yeah. So
and or coughing.
so is he
So
paralyzed?
he is not. He is not paralyzed in any way.
Okay.
But has had to learn how to do everything with his limbs, though.
Yeah.
So, he's in a power wheelchair,
Yep.
and, because he certainly cannot walk unassisted
Okay.
at this point,
Yep.
and he doesn't have the strength to just sit up like bedside on his own,
Okay.
without for very long. I mean,
Yeah.
maybe 5-10 minutes, but that's if somebody's just, right there
Right.
too. So his disabilities are, well, it's certainly cognitive,
Yeah.
which so we were charged with then recreating all of these neural pathways
Mhm.
to help him reconnecting the brain to relearn and how to do things so that he could live.
So can he speak?
He can if he chooses to.
Okay.
If he chooses to. Can I tell you when he chooses to? I'll tell you when he chooses to talk is when we're driving down to a therapy appointment or to something like else at someplace else, and he doesn't like the lane that I'm in,
Oh,
or he doesn't like the speed that I'm going.
yeah.
Oh, he can speak. He'll tell me then exactly what I need to do
Yeah.
or if I need to speed up. Um, you can have a great conversation with him first thing in the morning. Now you can,
Mhm.
and over the last couple of years you can, and but then all of those muscles get very tired very quick.
Got it.
So, he is completely tube fed,
Okay.
so that he doesn't have all of the coordination,
Uh-huh.
all that coordination and the breathing and having to do all of that. That's just a continuous, therapy, and practice,
Could
opportunity.
could he use a manual wheelchair if you put him in one for a little bit?
Well, he started in a manual wheelchair,
Okay.
but he actually outgrew the one
Okay.
that we came home in. When Taylor came home, he was just 112 pounds. He was just a literal skin on bones,
Wow.
and didn't have the ability to really do anything on his own. Didn't have the strength to ambulate in a wheelchair,
Yeah.
or the coordination, because again, that all that movement requires, coordination,
Right.
that the brain couldn't do, and, he outgrew that, and very funny, Danny Meyer is the one that looked at us one time, and he's like, "Why isn't he in a power wheelchair?
Yeah.
I feel like he could be better in a power wheelchair."
Yeah.
And so, we began that process of doing that has made a huge difference,
Can he
for them.
operate a
He
power
can.
wheelchair?
He
Okay.
can operate a power wheelchair, and the, holes in our wall and scratches on the wall will certainly attest to that. They're not easy to learn how to drive, though, I have to say. It's definitely, you need training. That's a gap right there. So when you get a power wheelchair, you know what's not available
Training.
is lessons and training on how to drive it.
Yeah.
It's an entire thing.
Yeah.
So for everybody, you need to have more than, "Oh, here's your wheelchair, have a great time." No,
Yeah.
that's a whole 'nother thing. Business idea.
So I'm
So,
I'm I'm getting a picture of what his disability is, but like if there's someone watching who knows nothing about disability, what's like the condensed version of like 15-30 seconds that you would tell someone w- what what functions he can and cannot do, let's say.
okay, Taylor, he can see, he can hear, he can taste, he can feel, he can do all of those things. They are just incredibly slowed down.
Got it.
Incredibly slowed down. He can answer you. He understands every single thing that comes in. His receptive knowledge, wonderful,
Okay.
completely on par. It's the expressive language that is delayed. So you may say goodbye to him if you leave, if you leave your, let's say you're his therapist and they say, "See you later, Taylor. Have a great day." It will take Taylor until we are almost walking out the door for him to throw up, this and be like, "Deuces,"
Okay.
or
Okay.
"Goodbye." So it's a good 30 seconds to maybe a minute delay
Yeah.
that it takes to coordinate everything that it takes to tell someone goodbye.
Yeah.
So it's just everything is just quite slowed down with respect to that. He does not eat on his own. He only eats just strictly to taste things.
Mhm.
He that's not his primary form of nutrition. We have been working for 5 years to getting him to have strength to walk.
Mhm.
So, he's never going to walk like he did before,
Yeah.
but he walked 28 feet on an up walker
Oh.
about 2 weeks ago. So, he absolutely can, and that's just been a function of building strength
Yeah.
and therapy, physical therapy, and lots of things, but so
So is it,
it's a brain injury. Taylor has
Sure.
a brain injury, and
Sure.
it really sort of speaks to the impact and the power of the brain as a control center,
Yeah.
and to what it can give you and what it can take away from you.
Right.
And so that's, I guess that's a really good question about, what is his exact disability?
Right.
I think it's his disability is having to relearn everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the disability. He has to relearn everything.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. Well, everyone, thank you for joining the Rolling Forward podcast. This is a podcast about people who keep rolling forward no matter what life throws at them. Real stories, real people, powered by purpose, resilience, and a drive that never ends. I'm Zach Sikora. Spina bifida didn't stop me. It just gave me a better excuse to sit down while I take over the world. Um, Today's funny T-shirt is Wheelchair Mafia. There is an inside joke behind that. I won't get into it on this podcast, but if you want to be a part of the Wheelchair Mafia, it's completely nonviolent Wheelchair Mafia, by the way. And if you want to be if you want to be a part of the Wheelchair Mafia, you can get the shirt at my T-shirt store, rollingforward.printful.me. Again, there's a whole bunch of disability related funny T-shirts. You can get the podcast logo as a shirt as well. Also the other thing that I want to mention is if you like this episode, it impacted you in some way, I want to hear it in the comments. I always love reading your comments. It also helps the channel grow. If there's anybody that you know that would benefit from hearing this story, from Dana's story, please share it. That also helps the podcast. Yeah, it would mean the world to me. So thank you in advance. Now let's keep rolling into today's episode with Dana. Okay, so Dana, I want to go back to before 2001 when everything changed. Who was younger you, childhood you? What was childhood you like, and where'd you grow up, and all that?
Local girl, grew up, born in Hamilton and, lived there for a while, and in 4th grade, we moved to Fairfield,
Mhm.
graduated in 1985 from Fairfield High School, and, went to UC,
Okay.
and so, hung right here, stayed right here, everything I needed was right here,
Mm,
and, so I did that, and then went to UC, got my, degree in early childhood education,
mm.
um, wanted to be a first grade school teacher,
Nice.
and so after I graduated, I looked for that job, had the nerve to turn down 2nd grade, opportunity, and had the nerve to turn down a kindergarten opportunity. I mean, I don't even know what I was thinking other than I'm like, "No, I want to be a first grade teacher."
Oh,
And so I believed that that opportunity was going to present itself,
yeah.
and it did.
Oh.
So I got my job, my first job as a first grade teacher, graduated in June, began teaching in August at CO Harrison
Mhm.
in the Oak Hill School District, and, loved every single minute of it,
Mm.
and did that until, we actually moved then up to Westchester, built our first home in Westchester. We had both of the kids and over the time frame,
Are you there
um
now?
and no, we are not in Westchester
Okay.
now. Oh,
I'm in Westchester, so
okay,
that's why
okay.
I asked that,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, we are not now. We actually moved from Westchester and, that while, we raised the kids and we were doing the whole moving towards
Yeah.
empty nesting kind
Mhm.
of situation.
So
And,
so real quick, I wanna go back to childhood. I is there a, like, a childhood story, just one that you would say was like a maybe a defining moment or a story that kinda, like, shows you what who you are today as far as that goes? If you don't have one, I know that's a tough question. We can
I
move on.
well, no, that's okay. I think that it's so funny how you just kinda have to go with what pops in your mind,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Immediately, my
of course.
immediately first thoughts, so funny. I was in 5th grade, and, and they had it's so funny that this is what's popped into my head. They had majorette tryouts,
What
and
is majorette?
exactly.
Okay.
And so I'm like but I knew what it was. A majorette is a baton twirler,
Mm,
and and there was a band, and I don't even remember, it had to have been at the junior I was in 5th grade, so I don't even remember for whom I was going to be a majorette, other than I knew that I was gonna get to walk in a parade, and I knew I was gonna get to twirl a baton, and I had a baton, and so I don't know, again, I also had hula hoops and skip-its and and
yeah,
all of the things, but, I had this, and I'm like, "I can do that. I can be a majorette."
yeah.
I had no reason there was nothing about me that should have ever said, "I can be a majorette." Nothing, because I didn't ever d I mean, you could take baton twirling lessons.
Yeah.
I did not do that. I owned a baton, and I'm like, "Sure." So, I went and I tried out. I knew and again, this will also be a little telling about me, but I knew that no matter what, I was going to get to wear an outfit that had fringe, and so I'm like, "That's gonna be fancy." And so, I'm like, "I'm doing this." Tried out, I was majorette. They chose 1. No reason.
Wow.
No reason other than I was coordinated. I could dance. I had rhythm
Yeah,
and I probably was as cheesecakey and as excited. What I didn't know, which is interesting, I didn't know what I didn't know.
yeah.
I mean, you talk about a full circle type of thing. I didn't know what I didn't know. I didn't know that I couldn't do it. I had no reason to nothing to be afraid of. I had nothing that told me you can't do this because you don't do this or you didn't do that. You don't have experience in this. I had nothing to be afraid of. I didn't know what I didn't know, so I went out. I tried out. I got it,
Huh.
and have the one of my most favorite pictures of all time. Me standing there with a red turtleneck bodysuit on. Whoops and, fringe up the sleeves, across, red and white, down, around. My grandma made my bodysuit. I made my costume or yeah, my costume, I guess, for uniform for me. Knee socks, and white kids' tennis shoes,
Oh, that's awesome.
and that was that.
Well, congrats on making that.
Thank you. I think it wound up being a life lesson that I literally has taken me from 5th grade to 58 to
Yeah,
just now, be like, "Oh, yeah, so that's why. Thanks, God."
yeah,
So, yeah, that was a lesson that now is serving me very well.
yeah, that's, very foreshadowing,
You're right.
let's say.
You know.
Yeah. Okay, so let's fast forward. So, but before Taylor's, injury in 2021, what was life like?
Well, I had, very, very interestingly enough too, I had my own business, that was called Just in Time
Oh,
Lifestyle, Management.
okay.
And I would go into homes for people who needed and wanted things organized, but they didn't wanna organize it. So I was one of the original, hyper organizers.
Ah,
And because everything needs a place, should have a place, should be accessible to you so that you're not looking for it, rooting through, all of that. And, I could come in and help you get rid of things, do the whole, let's clean out your closet, let's clean out your garage with save, throw away, donate, one of those kinds of things. And it was easy for me to do because I had no connection, no personal connection to
yeah,
anything, so there was no emotion for
yeah,
me. I could come in and people would say, "I just need you to do this. I don't care what goes. I don't care. You decide." And I'm like, "Okay." So, and so then it was easy, or I would work through closets with people, and they trusted me.
yeah,
They trusted me to say, "Nah, I don't think you should keep that. You look old." Or,
uh-huh,
"I don't think you should keep that. Not a good color for you."
yeah.
Am I a stylist? No. Am I again, it's one of those I don't know why, but I people trusted me, and, I guess that, first grade teacher look is just has followed me,
Yeah,
and so, I would go in literally, and people would hire me as gifts as well, so I would like somebody I remember, being hired specifically for people to come in and say, "Look, for my husband's birthday, he's gonna be gone, can you make sense of this garage?"
yeah.
And really, it was really that gift was for the wife, but
Sure,
let's
yeah.
be real there.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, but this but nonetheless, that's what happened, and, but then I also was hired by individuals that had disabilities
Mm,
or that had a medical, crisis in their life, and things got out of hand, and so they needed somebody that would come in judgment-free and just make sense of their world. It was a lifestyle management
mm,
because I really believed that and still believe that with systems and procedures, with appropriate routine and organization of thoughts and ideas and literal objects, your world, your lifestyle can be more easily
of
managed.
course, yeah.
So that's what I was doing before. My husband also had and still has his own business. So
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you a kind of a random question, but it's a glimpse into my world a little bit, and I'm curious what you would do. So I hate doing laundry. I hate putting away clothes. I actually I hate drawers.
oh yeah.
Because the drawers are just like inefficient to like I don't know put them away and all that. So I have baskets where I have different clothes, but that still gets kind of messy, and so, like, I'll put T-shirts in one and then pants in another and, maybe work pants in another, let's say, and, like, what could I be doing if you don't mind me asking? Just an impromptu, like, what is there one thing or 2 things that you'd recommend that I try that might work better for me?
Well, okay, so what I'm hearing is that this system doesn't work for you.
It's not great,
Not
but
optimal.
it's better than the stupid drawers and stuff like that, so
Well, a lot of the drawer thing is also how you fold
yeah,
and how you have things placed in there, whether they're down or t-shirts are up. It's how the placement in the drawer is also key. How
yeah,
you put your things in there and how you fold them because a single t-shirt can be folded about 30 different ways.
yeah,
And, there's only like two of them that really are not right or wrong, but just more optimal to organization.
Yeah.
But if the basket system works for you, because I'm also hearing we don't, drawers are not a good thing.
Yeah, I don't use
So
them.
we don't. There you go. So when now we're see, this is how this works. We have to narrow down to what really we're talking about is how can I keep my stuff in baskets?
Yeah.
That's really what works for you. So then I'm guessing it's just a matter of a t-shirt basket, like you said,
Yeah.
and you've already done a little bit of this here because it's a matter of work pants, weekend pants or whatever, your casual pants,
Yeah.
and then your t-shirts. Now, I will say a system in a routine or a system in a um, an organizational system routine is only as good as you're willing to use it.
Yeah.
So if you get your things organized in there, and some of that may be that, maybe your baskets are too small
Yeah.
for what you're trying to put in them, and
That's
maybe
probably true.
we we need to maybe then separate out,
Yeah.
the your go-to T-shirts, maybe all of your funny T-shirts for something like this is in a basket all of its own.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be mixed in with other basket or other shirts.
Yeah.
So then you're not rooting for them and you can see them right there. They're in all of their own. And so then it's just a matter of, separating things out so it is it's accessible to you and it's storage at the point of use.
Mm,
That's a phrase. So you wanna just, I'm gonna store this so that when I reach for it, it's right there
mm,
and I'm not digging for it. So
yes.
same with your pants and so the fact that you've got work pants already separated out, that's key.
Yeah.
But I would have sweatpants separated from PJ pants,
Yeah.
separated from, your everyday pants that
Yeah.
aren't work pants. Dress pants, just gonna say this, they better be hung up, Zach.
Yeah.
All right.
They are. Yeah, this podcast is over. No, I'm just kidding. Uh, no, that's the thing too is like, I'll often, like, lay the shirt, like, on the basket sometimes unfolded, but anyway, we don't have to go in depth with this. We could probably spend the whole podcast
Yes, we
talking about
could
that.
because
That's not the point.
I wasn't going to bring up that it also would be very helpful if it was all color coordinated,
Oh.
but you may not wanna go down that road either.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because 'cause I'm actually colorblind, well,
Oh,
color deficient, so
okay,
I can't see red and green, like,
okay.
I can see that this is a pretty clear red,
Yes,
but sometimes, like, it's mostly green that I can't see very well that,
okay.
like, I get it confused with gray and brown and sometimes red and, other colors as well, so
Well, the first thing I would say is don't have anything green.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
a safe bet.
Well, and that's the thing too is, often on the podcast, a lot of the T-shirts that I wear from my T-shirt store, there's different colors, but, there's often like, this is a black and white print, but some of the T-shirts have different colors to them and stuff like that, and I'll buy just a black shirt, or I'll get a black shirt from my T-shirt store, let's say, and then I don't have to worry about the colors mismatching and all that, so, yeah. Anyway,
The new age granimal.
yeah, the new age what?
What? You're not old enough to know. It's a new back in the day, they had this whole series of children's clothes called Garanimals,
Oh.
and so you could purchase them, and anything that had a giraffe on it was guaranteed to match.
Oh,
So, it may have, like, a giraffe, a lion, and a monkey,
yeah.
so it could then match with anything, like a pair of black pants, let's say, would match with anything else that would have an animal on it that would match. It was fail-proof.
Oh, man.
Fail-proof, yeah.
That's a great idea, I
For
should
for I don't know that it was considered for disability necessarily.
Right.
However, it certainly could have been helpful.
Yeah.
I personally think it was probably created for dads.
Yeah, yeah.
I've just throwing that out there, not that
Uh-huh.
not saying anything about dads, I'm just saying, I
Yeah.
think that's probably why it was created,
Yeah, yeah.
and, to make that easy.
I also over here, I have, like a de-wrinkler spray,
Yeah.
so, like, if I don't fold the shirt or something like that, I can spray that on before the podcast, and I have a lint roller
Yeah.
because like, my housemate has a dog, and it just gets hairy with it,
Yep.
especially with black and all that, so, there's different ways that I've, like, I've made it functional, let's say.
It You've
Um,
created a solution. You've
yeah,
created for a solution. That's exactly what just in time does.
Yeah, that's
He
awesome.
creates solutions.
Interesting. Does the business still, does it still exist?
Well, I have, 2 individuals that I still work with
Okay.
from that original business, and, what happened over time is I developed real relationships and real friendships
Yeah.
with a lot of my clients. A lot of them were just come in, complete this project, and leave.
Mhm.
Others are, "I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna be able to live without you in my life, so I need you to come back every 2 weeks and or, every week or sometimes it was, if you could be here every week until we get this project to a place, and then I'm just gonna need you to sorta help me stay in my world to help me keep it this way."
Yeah.
So you get on like a maintenance plan
Yeah.
kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Um, then it rolled into, um, I actually love doing laundry.
Huh.
I love folding clothes.
Oh,
I love the put away process of keeping it organized.
yeah.
I really do. I love the wrapping of Christmas gifts. I love the plan, pretty much a lot of the things that most people really don't like to do, we've sort of figured out I do,
Interesting.
and people will pay you to do what they don't wanna do. They want it.
Of
They
course.
want it done, and they want it organized. They just don't wanna do it.
Mhm.
And so it is so interesting how that same concept that was there just sort of shifted over to what I have going now because it's not the doing not doing what you don't wanna do, but it's just the figuring out solutions
Yeah.
for people that have problems and then trying to or situations or whatever it might be, and like I said, in many cases, it was a medical crisis or,
Yeah.
something that kept them from being able to do things, like they keep things like they wanted, and so then I have just maintained a relationship and a friendship with 2 families
Mm.
that I do go back and see, weekly,
Mhm.
and I will say in a caregiving world, which is my full-time plus job,
Mhm.
to snag, 2 hours to go help a different family,
Mhm.
2 hours here to go help another, person, that with an ongoing medical crisis, there's a lot of there's a there's a lot of good
Yeah.
that I get from that. I feel really, really good about being able to do that for them
Yeah.
and, so
Yeah. What's your husband do?
my husband is a contractor, and he had a business before that was design build.
Okay.
So, and they did residential, from full, basements and redoing bathrooms, outdoor living spaces to designing and building full homes. They also did commercial work
Okay.
for different places. Um, that has downsized to now it's just him. It was just he and a partner.
Mhm.
Now it's just him, and he still is going into homes, still doing contracting work as a main contractor, still doing not whole homes.
Uh-huh.
Now he's still going in and redoing a bathroom
Ah,
or, you know, redoing a basement or
okay.
something, things like that. He's also helpful because he has a really good idea of what needs to happen in a home where there needs to be accessible type of, maybe a closet space or a bathroom
Yeah.
or those kinds of projects. So it's just kind of catered. He's still doing the construction, contract work. It just has shifted a little bit.
Mm.
So,
Okay.
and he's like I said, he's an amazing cook. So it's just construction of a different kind.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Yeah. That's we should talk after.
Yeah.
I think I might be able to enlist your
Yeah.
husband. So, okay. Let's go to Taylor. What was he like before 2021?
Taylor, was, he was energy, he was compassion, he was, uh, funny,
Mm,
he was dead serious about, things that needed his attention. He super social,
mm,
super, super social, very, very athletic, very um, could be very organized and specific about how his time should be spent, what he needed to do, very loyal. All of he was the person you wanted on your team
Yeah.
or to lead your team.
Yeah, do you have a story that maybe exemplifies all of that?
Well,
Or
I'll tell
some
you what, right? So, the stories that I have right now are, we'll be out with Taylor,
Mm,
and, all of a sudden, someone will come up to me or as we're leaving or just maybe wherever we might be, they will come up and they will say and they will speak to me
mm.
and or to my husband, and they will say, "Is that Taylor Spradling?" Or
No.
they will say, is that Coach?"
Ah.
And we will say, "Yeah, yeah, it is."
Oh,
And then we don't know them, so, we'll say, and, how do you know him?"
right.
And over again,
Mm,
it will be, "I played for him.
yeah.
I played for him," whether it was, rec soccer or league soccer, or I played for him, in one case, at Belmont.
Mm,
Or I played for him he coached on the women's side. So, I played for him at Xavier.
uh,
Or he coached our daughter.
mm,
And so these are the people that really tell the story of Taylor's life and how he impacted and touched other people
yeah.
doing what he loved the most.
Mhm.
And they didn't know what had happened to him. Very often, um, it's met with tears,
Mm,
and because they are saddened by what they see, don't know what happened, and or they do know and have finally sort of, they see the story in person.
yeah.
And so there's that. And when you see the story or you see the pictures, you're on our website. It's a little bit different when all of a sudden you're looking at someone, in the wild,
Yeah.
and so there they are. Um, and so I spend a lot of time hugging and consoling, and because in that instance, they all of a sudden have to go through and are going through what we have been through,
Sure.
on a much smaller scale, but still, it's very real for them.
Yeah.
Um, and introducing them to Taylor, Taylor always remembers who they are.
Oh.
Always. He will say, yes, he will nod his head, "Yes, I know who you are."
Mm,
And, very often will extend a hand for a handshake
yeah.
or open his arms. He's a great hugger.
Yeah.
Taylor is a lover of family.
Mm,
His family always was and remains to be the most important thing, to him.
yeah. What's the age difference between him and his sister?
4 years.
4 years. Okay.
Yes.
My sister and I, she's older as
Yeah.
well, and, well, no,
Well,
she's
I
younger.
would say
Taylor's older. That
exactly, and
yeah.
then, yeah, Tori's 4 years younger.
Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, my sister's 4 years older as well. But, so one of the things that I wanted to ask, um, and I'm curious how different this is for you. But some people will ask me like what my disability is, right? And I'll explain what my disability is, and then it's often met with like, "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that." And my kind of general response back to that is like, "No, no, no. Like I'm happy. I'm living a good life, and don't feel bad." And
Yeah.
I'm big, as you can see with the funny T-shirts. Is I'm really big on humor, and so like I'll throw out some piece of humor to kind of lighten the mood because like I don't know. Generally, when I talk about my disability, it's met with like, oh, like I'm so sorry to hear that, and I hear you say that like people that are meeting them after his injury that they're like that they'll cry or it kind of is almost met with that same sadness.
Mhm.
And I'm curious how you feel about that.
Well, I understand it. So
Yeah.
let me say that. I understand that. I understand their feeling, because seeing Taylor, I expect it's a slightly different in his case
Mhm.
because he there is a before
Mhm.
and an after.
Yeah.
There's a tailor before and there's a tailor after.
Mhm.
So, as opposed to a tailor that, has always been for somebody and
Yeah.
it's just changed over time. But I do the same thing when they say, "I'm so sorry." I thank them
Mm.
for it, and I'm actually, not that it's the wrong thing to say, I don't say, "Look, it's okay," because what I have learned is that in those kinds of times, people don't really know what to say.
Yeah.
They don't really know what to say, so their first, and it's a little bit endearing, their first go-to is compassion,
Mm.
and so I appreciate that. I
Mm.
appreciate that their first go-to is compassion for the situation
Yeah.
rather than looking at you and going, "Well, psh, that really stinks."
Mm.
And because I would also say, "Psh, you're right, it does. This does stink."
Yeah.
Um, but that's not how it's met. It is the, "Oh, I'm sorry."
Right.
Or the tears because they knew the tailor before. And so, I also feel that way, both the ways that I just expressed, but I will always say, "It is so wonderful that you chose to come up to us.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming up to us."
Mhm.
And because what we love to do is you're part of helping Taylor to remember.
Mhm.
You're part of helping him to remember what he did before because his memory has been impacted. And so introducing you and what you are doing is bringing back positive memories for Taylor.
Yeah.
And so that's sort of how I approach that with
Mhm.
it. I'm always so grateful. And it also gives, my husband and I a little bit of insight into who he was because, you know, doggone it, if both of our kids didn't grow up, get educated, and become contributing members to society just like we ask them to.
Yeah.
Um, but then they go on, they do that, and you kinda, you lose sight with what they're really doing.
Yeah.
That's one of the most fun parts about being a grandparent, and you hear this all the time because you get to see your child being a parent.
Mhm.
Well, what we don't really get to see a lot of times as parents is what your children are doing in their life choice, what they're doing in the world. Our daughter's a physician assistant at Bethesda North in the ICU cardiac care. She's changing lives and impacting lives every day.
Mm.
I know she's doing amazing things.
Yeah.
I don't get to see her doing that, though.
Right.
I don't get to see that. I was 1000% sure that our son was doing amazing things in the coaching world,
Yeah.
but we don't see him doing that because here's a funny story. We go to when he was at Xavier was wonderful because he was right here. Even when he was at Belmont, we loved it because it was the weekend trip to Nashville. I mean, amazing. And so we would go and we would be so excited because we watched him on the field. He was a goalkeeper.
Uh-huh.
So we watched him on the field and he was an animal on the field. He was phenomenal to watch, so much fun. But to watch him coach, he literally sits on a chair with his hands crossed down on his knees and just doesn't move.
Huh.
And then he just sits and we're like, "Wait a minute." I mean, so we would watch the whole thing, and then other parents, because I guess we're so young looking, the other parents would say, "Now which player is yours?" Yeah. And we would say, "Well, we don't have a player. It's actually the coach." Yeah.
Yeah.
The coach, and he was a young coach.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because he graduated from college and went right into coaching. So, he was a young coach. But, you're like, "No, it's the one that's just sitting there on the chair. It's our son
Yeah.
coaching your daughter." Yeah.
Yeah.
And so but that was, uh, that was not us seeing him coaching, but it was, and
Right.
I remember asking him like, "Dude, why do you just sit there?" I mean, is that really your coaching style? And he looked at me because I'm a little on the animated side, and so he looked at me and he's like, "During a game is not when I coach.
Uh,
I coach at practices.
yeah.
That's when I coach.
Yeah.
I observe during a game and I make adjustments.
Yeah.
My coaching is not that's not when you coach, mom."
Mm.
Oh, well, thanks for the instruction.
Yeah.
Little life lesson backwards there. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
You know what's interesting is as a wheelchair tennis coach, you're not allowed to coach in a player match. And
Okay.
so, like, you can observe, and, like, in between the 2nd and 3rd set, you are allowed to coach,
Okay.
but, there's no other coaching that you're allowed to do. Even, like, I mean, you see in the pros, like, there's, like, coaches that will do hand signals,
Right,
and, like,
yes.
even that's not allowed. If you're caught, you could get the
Oh.
player disqualified or lose the match or whatever else,
Oh,
so
goodness.
yeah, it is interesting. So I guess in a way, in an unforced way, in a forced way, I am sitting on the sideline quiet as well.
Sitting there quiet, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's fast forward a little bit to the February 4th, 2021 was when Taylor had the cardiac arrest. What you explained kind of a little bit of what happened that day. Do you know why that happened?
We do. And it was interesting because it was a process to learn. There was no obvious reason that it should have happened.
Right,
Taylor was a young, healthy individual. There was no reason for his heart to just stop, at least on the surface.
right.
And, which, his youth and his, health, being healthy, uh, was what actually was the greatest piece of helping him to recover,
Yeah.
because from a physical standpoint, because he had his age at 29, and, he turned 30 the next month, but still he had his age and his physical health on his side. Because there was no obvious reason, our heart failure specialist, suggested that we do, genetic testing.
Okay.
She said that if we're going to find a why, it's probably gonna rest here.
Yeah.
So we did the genetic testing and found that, in fact, there had been a gene mutation of the TNNT2 gene,
Okay.
which slowly deteriorates your heart muscle
Oh,
over about 2 to 3 years, asymptomatically, without I mean, you just simply don't know it's happening until all of a sudden something's happening,
yeah.
and then your heart stops,
Oh,
which is exactly what happened for Taylor.
yeah.
Uh and then, of course, we went through the testing to try to figure out the where it came, and so my husband and I were both tested. Um, my husband is the carrier,
Uh,
but it has not affected him.
uh,
It did not affect him in his, 30s, when they is kind of I guess they've narrowed down, that's about the time frame when this is going to maybe impact you,
huh.
in your 30s and or then maybe in your 60s.
Oh,
My husband is 62. Good news is, though, we know it, and
yeah.
so we're, taking the precautions, and he's checked and what he needs to be to help keep that from happening.
Right.
Um, our daughter is also a carrier,
Uh,
so when she was then tested, and went through all of the cardiac testing as a result of finding out that she carried this gene mutation, her ejection fraction had already begun to fail. She
uh,
was already, 40 with her ejection fraction, and was, at that point, um, diagnosed heart failure.
oh,
So she began the process of healing her heart.
yeah.
Our granddaughter also carries the gene.
Wow.
So it's one of those things where, what an awful, awful way
Yeah.
to find this out,
Right.
but we did find it out.
Sounds like it almost, I mean, like, horrible thing that happened, but it almost saved other people's lives.
Well, I would say it did.
Yeah.
I would say without question, it absolutely did. We don't necessarily know, and don't have a way to know. My husband's an only child, so we don't have a way to know if either of his parents, because they're neither are living, so we
Right.
can't test them. So we don't know. And it is entirely possible that it actually began with him.
Yeah.
And that is more likely than
Uh,
not. So
mm.
we learned. Probably began with him. Who knows why of that, but it did. And
So your daughter took the appropriate steps to.
correct. So, yeah, so she's on the heart medication that you need to keep your heart healthy and healed, and our granddaughter, they're, keeping complete watch over her also.
Mm.
So
And is there like a surgical procedure to help prevent it, like stents or
oh,
something
no.
like
No,
that?
it is I think it is well, there's a lot we don't know about it, but right now it is, medication.
Yeah.
So it's medication that can keep it. It's the yearly,
Yeah.
echocardiograms and having, MRIs and just making sure that your heart is healthy
Uh-huh.
and that the muscle is not deteriorating and, if it if it would whatever intervention it would need at whatever point, we would certainly take the steps to take care of that, but
Yeah.
Taylor one of the things they were talking about early on with Taylor was needing a heart transplant,
Whoa.
because his heart was so damaged,
Mm.
but, it also healed to a point where he was no longer actually even a candidate for
Yeah.
it. He wasn't sick enough to even be a candidate for a heart transplant any longer because of the healing that took place with his heart.
Oh.
Went through
Oh.
the medication that our heart specialist, um, I mean, it's also probably valuable to say that not only is she a heart specialist, like big time cardiology heart specialist,
Yeah.
but she's also, went through the seminary.
Oh.
So she's like, part-time cardiologist, part-time angel.
Oh,
So, yeah.
yeah.
So she's got, just a little bit of both, best of the both there,
Mm.
right there. I mean, if you're gonna have a cardiologist, it's probably good to have one that's, just this little bit closer to God. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Seems like that's a one-way line to God.
Mm.
So, yeah.
Mm. So the day that it happened, I'm sure it was like complete chaos. And it sounded like, well, I actually let me go back. So you said he was asymptomatic, but it sounded like you had mentioned something about like him just getting fatigued and you needing to pick him up in places. So sounds like he was asymptomatic until like
He wasn't.
a little bit, yeah, until he wasn't, yeah.
Mhm.
Can you talk about that? Like, what were the
Sure.
symptoms?
Well, when he was home and we had noticed, with him, he was, just going through a lot of changes. It was COVID.
Yeah,
So he was in transition and, with jobs going from Xavier, looking for another job and, uh, just lots, life again, COVID. It was awful.
yeah,
And so which made it really a tough way to go if you're a soccer coach.
yeah,
So when nobody can really do anything or be anywhere. And so there was that part going on. And so he began to show signs of just fatigue. Just all of a sudden he began to lose some weight and over the summer and he just was all of a sudden like he was just like achy and just general kind of like eh, g general, like, almost flu symptoms,
yeah,
COVID symptoms, but not. I
right,
mean, it wasn't any of that, but, a lot of those kinds of things, and the weight loss seemed to be the biggest indicator. He just stopped really eating, there was no motivation, and so he was I would definitely say he was on the depressed side,
uh,
and then all of a sudden he got a job at Northern Arizona University.
uh-huh,
So he and I took off, drove with, behind his little Jeep Compass, we drug a U-Haul all across from, where we lived in Maineville. My husband and I settled in Maineville and, all the way out to Flagstaff, Arizona, he and I over 3 days.
wow,
What a trek. Yeah, and he slept most of the time
mm,
on the way out there, and I really just thought that was so you didn't have to pay attention to my driving,
yeah,
and so, because you can only go so fast when you're hauling a U-Haul behind a Jeep Compass,
mhm,
and so, we finally got out there, but he was so excited and exuberant and just thrilled, and everything seemed to really be getting all of a sudden, we're like, "This is it." I mean, this was just the break that he needed, things are gonna turn. He started his job. My husband and I, we were out there in August, we went back for the weekend in October, you know and then he came home for Christmas, and he said to me then, again, the things you remember, he's like, "Mom, I just don't wanna go back."
mm,
And I said, "Okay, dude, you" you have to go back.
Yeah.
You have to. I mean,
Mhm.
this is your job. This was this is a very big opportunity for you. Um, I'm just telling you, you have to go back.
Yeah.
And so he did. He went back, and then everything just got worse and worse and worse. You can attribute all of the symptoms of really, really, really fatigued, being so tired it just hurt to walk,
Oh.
not being able to walk up steps, losing your breath,
Oh.
all cardiac symptoms
Yeah.
that you could 100% write off to depression, COVID,
Right.
the just no place to go, nothing to do, no socialization,
Yeah.
can't interact with anybody, can't go into the office, everything's done via Zoom. The isolation of that was really impacting him,
Yeah.
and that was aside from was actually impacting him.
Yeah.
So, I think it took a bad situation and just really amplified it until he started a course of just not being able to keep anything in or down.
Yeah.
And, so I'm trying to have, Gatorade DoorDash to him. I'm trying to have, Zofran type, uh, medications, over the counter medications, DoorDash to him as best I can to try to keep him because and I said, "I think you need to be in a ho I think you need to go to a doctor or a hospital."
Yeah.
He doesn't know anyone out there,
Mm.
and the reality is if you go to a hospital, they're going to admit you,
Right.
and if they do, you're on your own.
Yeah.
They're not going to let us come in to see you, and furthermore, the hospitals are where people are dying.
Yeah.
I really don't want you to go to a hospital.
Uh-huh.
Is there any way we can work to get you home? I've already reached out to our family doctor. I can get you in on Friday like, 10:30 or whatever the time was. I can get you in there. And, I said, "Dad has where we can have wheelchair service, this, that, and the other." So he had a housemate at the time, and he also worked for the university. Um, Took him to the airport that morning. It's 6:30 flights out of Flagstaff.
Mhm.
Took him to the airport, and they got him on the airplane. Like I said, he had to transfer planes twice. Zach, how he actually lived through all of that without having his heart stop. I don't even, wow, I don't understand medically how it didn't.
Yeah.
I know what I believe,
Yeah.
but I don't understand medically how he didn't actually just collapse in the middle of all that. But then my husband picked him up at, the Dayton airport and drove him home. So and then
And so how
so forth.
what how many days or how long before he was home that
204. We were 204 days. We were 40 days
no,
in
no, no. So, like, him having him coming home because I mean, it's, an I mean, it's fascinating that
he
he was
came
in
in.
Arizona
Mhm.
and then he had this condition, this issue, this heart the cardiac arrest in front of you. So, like, how long was he home for before that actually happened?
An hour.
An hour?
He got
So you
home.
just got home.
Yes.
What?
He just got home. They just got home from the hospital at between 4:30 and 5 o'clock. I got home at 5:30.
Yeah.
At 6 o'clock, we were calling 911.
Wow. That's, like, such a blessing in disguise that he was, like, home.
Right.
Like, obviously traumatic for you all and, of course, him, but, like,
The
whoa.
flip side to that, Zach, is the phone call we would have received.
Right, right,
So, I mean, there's anybody that wants that, obviously.
right.
I mean, you can trauma, yes, but I mean, I guess, which trauma do you want?
Yeah.
Which
Right.
trauma do you want? I'll take the one we received. I really will because I've said this many times that, um, I'm doing a lot of things right now, and yes, this is really, really hard,
Yeah.
but what I'm not doing is I'm not planning a funeral.
Right,
That can't happen
right,
in COVID.
right. Oh. Oh, yeah?
I'm not doing that. I'm not mourning the loss of my son for the balance of my life.
Right.
I at least have this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I don't and that doesn't make me special, or it doesn't make me, "How could you be that positive?" That doesn't have anything to do with that.
Yeah.
That just has everything to do with, I can't lose my son.
Yeah.
And that whole God doesn't give you any more than you can handle. I don't believe that. I actually It's not even biblical.
Uh-huh.
What I do believe is that God won't leave you alone with whatever happens. God will be with you with whatever happens. God didn't create this.
Yeah.
His heart muscle did.
Yeah.
God didn't create that. What what he has done though is walk
Yeah.
with me through every single thing,
Yeah.
including this trauma. And he would have been here too.
Mm.
But you're gonna handle it no matter what. Obviously, I was gonna handle it, but I didn't choose to be more positive
Yeah.
over here is what I was given.
Yeah.
And it's just how I took it on,
Mhm.
and or the strength that I've been able to drum up.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you do me a favor? Just pull the mic
Oh,
just
sure.
slightly closer to you.
There we go.
A little bit more. Yeah, that's
How's that?
perfect. Oh
Great.
yeah, better. Thank you. Okay, so sorry for the interruption, but yeah, that's incredible that he had that happen as soon as and do you think the traveling maybe exacerbated it or sped it along, or I mean, I know
I
it's
don't have
hard to
no
tell.
idea.
Yeah.
I almost don't. I mean, I almost would say I don't know how it couldn't have,
Right.
but, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I truly have no idea with
Sure.
that.
Yeah.
All I know is it got him where he needed to be.
Yeah. Yeah. That's yeah. Okay. So talk to me. So day of, if there's anything that you didn't talk about day of, let me know. But day of, he's rushed to the hospital. Um, did we miss anything from the moment it happened to being in the hospital? We're gonna talk in the hospital in a second, but just want to make sure there's nothing that we missed.
Well, only that. I mean, well, it was like I said, you keep going back to, it was COVID, and that's relevant because they only allowed family to be with someone if they didn't think they were gonna live.
Yeah. Oh.
So
Okay.
we were allowed back with Taylor
Oh.
because they didn't think he was gonna live.
Right. Wow.
And so and we weren't allowed back initially, obviously, there was a lot, but then we were allowed to be back with him, and we were allowed, once they finally got him settled in an ICU room, they allowed us to be with him.
So did he have to go through surgeries to get
Oh, not then. What they did do, and this was at B North, what they did do, and this was thanks to, one of the physicians, emergency room physicians, who I actually later met, um, because ironically, she worked with our daughter,
Yeah.
who works now at B North, but she, helped, recommended and got in touch with the attending physician, that they would essentially cool his body
Mm.
and cool his brain. So to preserve whatever injury was happening to his brain, that if you cool it, it, uh, preserves it,
Yeah.
not unlike freezing something, food or whatever, it preserves it. And then they slowly, very, very slowly, it's a 3-day process of cooling him,
How cold?
and then,
Do you know?
that's a detail I don't know,
Sorry.
but it's cold.
Yeah.
And then they warm you back up to
Wow.
temperature, and then at that point, it was the recommendation of the physician, Scott McCardle, actually, who was in charge, that he be transferred to UC because he needed to have 24-hour cardiac care, which they could absolutely provide at B North, the, quality cardiac care, but he also needed, a, neurologic
Uh,
care. He needed 24-hour, monitoring,
uh,
and they could not provide that at B North, so he recommended that he move to UC, and he was, airlifted.
how long did that take from the time he was first in the hospital
He
to
was 3 days at B North.
okay,
He was 3 days at B North, and then we went to UC,
okay.
and at that point, and he was airlifted, and again, my sister was in town, and, my daughter was there, and, son-in-law. They weren't married yet, but they were both there, and, we were all allowed in to see Taylor before he got on the helicopter because he was not expected to survive the flight.
Wow.
So,
S so so he, the hospital visits, because of it being during COVID, were those limited?
oh, this is a fabulous story, Zach, really. Um, and it's something that I guess potentially should make me sad, but it doesn't because it so exemplifies the power of family
Uh-huh.
and how critical having your tribe be there, your family be there, for each other. Like I said, we're a very, very small family, but, it got bigger than that. When Taylor went to UC, and I just want to mention this very quickly, just, the May prior to February, so not even a full year, the May prior to that, um, my father had a stroke
Mm,
and was, on May 3rd of 20, had a stroke and was taken to UC down at Clifton and was in room 2 down there. And he was there, it was an unsurvivable stroke. So my sister, again, this is COVID. My sister's in DC. She was going to need to drive home so that she and I and my mother could go to UC to remove his
tr
ventilation tube
oh, yeah,
and then spend our minutes with him.
right.
So we did that. And on May 3rd, she came home and that morning and we went down and spent time with dad. And then we did what we needed to do and she left a few days later. Come around to this and they were getting Taylor. He survived the flight. We came down, we followed him down to UC. Just my husband's name is Marvin. Just Marvin and I followed him down to UC, and we were waiting there, and, everybody else followed down too,
Mhm,
just in another car. We were all going down together and, waited there, and finally, we were able to go see they said, "You can have about 20 minutes."
mhm,
And we walked up, turned a corner, and there we stood in front of room 2, and I said, I this no, this this can't be where he can be. He can't be in here." My dad died in here.
oh,
We can't be in here. And so at that moment, there was another like nurse or someone, but she goes, "I recognize her."
oh,
And so, and that was just so funny because, we were just there for a blip of time and they began to like scramble and they were like, we'll get him out of here. We'll get him in another room."
yeah,
But Zach, I will tell you that all of a sudden and God bless my husband who was standing there trying to manage, all of the emotion, my emotion, his emotion, the
yeah,
emotion of the event and the activity, and, and all all of a sudden, there was an extraordinary sense of calm
uh,
that came over me and said, "This is where he needs to be.
uh,
He will be fine."
yeah.
I believe that was my dad,
Yeah.
and I said, "He can stay here." And so, they all just had to be like, "For the love, can you just make up do you not see what we're trying to deal with here?" And so then I'm like, "No, it's okay. Actually, he's going to be well protected in here.
Yeah.
Let's let him stay here."
Yeah.
And then from that time on.
Real quick, so room 2, um, w I can imagine there's multiple reasons why somebody wouldn't want them to stay in a room where, the tragedy the year before
Right.
happened and, a family member passed away, right? What w was it did you think it was foreshadowing to, uh to not want the room too, or
I I think that, um I think that seeing the room too was I only it only connected with a bad memory. I mean, it's
Yeah,
my last minutes with my dad was right there,
right?
and, but I think it was I can't say it was purposeful, there's no way for that. I think it I think it was just I mean, it was a blessing that had come to life.
Yeah.
It was, it was like a live action blessing,
Uh-huh.
and that, like I, mentioned before, I felt like he was going to be protected
Yeah.
by that. My dad adored Taylor,
Yeah.
and likewise.
Mhm.
Um, so he, I felt like of there was really, I don't think there was another room that he should have been in.
Yeah.
That was the room that, and I do believe that that is God's handiwork.
Right. Yeah.
I do believe that. So,
Okay. So 204 days in the hospital. What were the I guess the key moments, the memorable moments of being in the hospital and what that whole situation was like?
well, we were 40 days in ICU. And then after that, 3 weeks in an LTAC unit, and then on to
What's LTEC?
LTAC is, excuse me, where you are, it's acute care.
Okay.
It's long term, LTAC stands for long term acute care.
Okay.
So it's where he needed to be because he had a trach
Yeah.
and he was still on a ventilation tube, and um and he had to get out of ICU because there is such a thing that's very real called ICU psychosis.
Oh.
It's a very real thing for both the patient and the in the family because you all of a sudden become uh, so much of everything that is ICU is your world. That's your environment. All of
Yeah.
the beeps and the sounds and the smells and the everything, all of the continual trauma and crisis and everything. And that was a one of his physicians there said, a neurointensivist, Dr. Mizrahi, he said, we got to get him out of here, and he needs to get there. And he's the one that introduced that concept to me, and he said, it's settling in.
Yeah.
We need to make this move as long as he's medically stable.
Yeah.
And he was medically stable at that point. He had a JPEG tube, he had his defibrillator, he had the trach, and he was still, like I said, on the breathing tube, but it allowed him to be at least medically stable enough to go to LTAC.
Yeah.
And so we were there for 3 weeks, at which point he was weaned off of the air tube and
Okay.
was able to breathe on his own in room air, and, still, and then was able to actually have the trach removed.
Okay.
So that made him medically stable enough to go to skilled nursing.
Mm.
And so we then went down to skilled nursing where he was for quite some time, and we made, a few trips back to the emergency room because of, pneumonia, that, aspiration pneumonia.
Oh.
And so those were as scary, if not scarier than the initial incident,
Yeah.
because he nearly lost his life more than once. So you just kept reliving this over and again. And then finally got to a point where, in the even in the middle of this, though, he was making progress. We were still making, little tiny bits of progress all along the way, and got to the point where he could then come to, back actually right here in Norwood to Encompass,
Mm,
and, he was able to be there, still had return trips to the hospital, but finally, we got to a point where I said, "We're not going back to Encompass.
mm,
We're done. We're done. We're going home.
mm,
We're going home," because I I need will he survive? Yeah, he will survive. I need to get him home where he can thrive.
yeah,
That he needs COVID only allowed us to be this, much time with him, and one at a time. I mean, there were so many restrictions, and I'm like, he needs to be home where he can be surrounded by wellness
yeah,
and not illness,
mm,
because everything we've done for 204 days is all about the illness of everyone
yeah,
and what's wrong with everyone and managing all of that illness.
mm,
I needed to get him into a place where we could begin to focus on his wellness.
yeah.
I never ever saw that as a way forward until we began to make it come to life. He needed to be in a place where we could just get busy with being well.
If you didn't make that decision, uh, do you have any thoughts as far as, like, how much longer he would have been in the hospital?
Well, he was going to have to leave, inpatient rehab. Insurance only gives you a
Uh,
very finite amount of time to be in there,
okay,
and his was very definitely coming to a close, and in fact, they had extended the time because he made a return trip to the hospital, which bought us a little bit of extra time because we also had to find a place for him to live,
yeah,
for us to live with him
yeah,
because we had a ranch, but it was not accessible. It was not an accessible ranch. So in the middle of all of that, we had to find a place that we could bring our son home to.
whoa,
So he actually had a seizure and had a return trip to the hospital, which earned us, when we came back to Compass, earned us, another, like, 2-week stay
wow,
and earned us another 2 weeks, and I said, "Okay, we're going home," and we were able to find a condo that we rent in Milford now, with, 0 level entry. It's not our forever home, it's not where we plan to stay, but, it's where we've been for 5 years, and it has worked really well to meet our needs. We're actively looking for a place, right now, but, it has served our time and our needs very well. It's, 10 minutes from my cousins who live just east and which have been remarkable and helpful. Um, and but we've been able to take care of that. If he had not, we had 2 options. It was either bring him home or take him to a skilled nursing facility.
ah,
If he had gone to a skilled nursing facility, I can guarantee you, with no commentary on skilled nursing facilities, he would have not lived.
yeah,
And he would have not lived because they don't know how to take care of a 30-year-old who is not just sort of buying time until they do clock out,
right,
which skilled nursing homes are full of people that are at the end of their life,
yeah,
and they're sort of managing that end of life care.
mm,
That was not my story,
yeah,
and that was not gonna be Taylor's story.
right,
So, in order to avoid that, I said, "We're going home."
yeah,
It wasn't even a question.
yeah,
It wasn't a, "Hey, honey, let's sit down and talk about the positives, the pros, cons, what can we do this?" I said, "Nope, we're going home."
yeah.
That was it. So,
So tell me about when the first memory you have of him being awake.
oh my gosh. So, when we would go down to UC, when he was down at UC, they would allow the COVID rules were you had 2 hours. You had from 2 to 4 every day. You had from 2 to 4. That was our time frame,
Wow.
and you could have 1 person, not 1 person for an hour, switch out, and then a second person. You could have 1 person.
Whoa.
And so what we would do is we are as a family, We would all go down, and every day through the week, it would be my husband and I. We would go down, and we would take turns, and the other one would sit in the car.
Mm,
And we would just wait for each other, and that would be that. On the weekends, my sister would come home every weekend, fly home from DC every weekend. My sister, or my daughter and, son-in-law come home from Chicago every weekend.
mm,
And then as it went, got to every other, but while he was so critical, every single weekend. And we would all go down as a family, and my husband and I would then let my my sister go up to be with him, or our daughter go up to be with him, son-in-law, and so they would have an opportunity to do that. All the rest of us would sit in the car together.
wow.
And, every so often, a friend would say, "Can I come sit in the car with you?" Knowing that they were not gonna go up and see him, but they just wanted to be here. There were whole groups that were gathering we didn't even know about, but learned about later. Whole groups of people coming and sitting in the parking lot and praying for Taylor.
Wow.
It was remarkable. Um, and so, we would go up and then FaceTime down.
Mm,
So we all would get to see him. He could hear the voices of the people who loved him. He could know who was there every day, telling him we loved him and telling him funny jokes, telling him what was going on, telling him, what was happening all around, playing fun music, talking about sports, talking about soccer. Big Manchester United fan.
yeah.
Not very popular with a lot of people, but he loves Man U.
Yeah.
And his room, we kept his hospital room completely decorated like it was his dorm room in college.
Nice.
I had pictures and even I didn't know when Taylor was gonna wake up, but I thought when he does, he's going to see the giant Man United flag on the window. He's going to see all the pictures of his family and his friends, and he's going to see all the signs that say, "Show up," that say, "We love you," that say, "Keep going."
Mm,
Never, never, never give up. All of this positive. He was just inundated with positive points and suggestions and sayings and just demands to get better at the end of the day, And, so my sister was up there, and she FaceTimed down, and I can say without fail, probably one of the most favorite people on the planet is my sister, as it relates to Taylor. Absolutely, has always adored her. She adores him. They've always just had the most special relationship. And so she was up there with him, and next thing you know, she FaceTimes down, and she's a little like me, a little on the animated side, and so she's like, I think he's waking up." And so his little eyes, as best as he could possibly, just open, and so now, my sister and I were both cheerleaders, so we just break into this full on, cheerleading thing, just go, 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 and he opened his eyes just the ever so slightly that we're like, it is possible.
Yeah.
He is coming out of this. And so then the next night, I went up there and encouraged him, encouraged him, encouraged him, and he started to open his eyes again, and I have a series of photos that I took of him slowly just opening his eyes a little bit, a little bit, a little bit.
Mm,
And it was just, such a short amount of time, but it felt like it probably lasted 30 minutes,
yeah.
I know that it didn't, but it was a absolutely beautiful moment of completely understanding, "Oh, yeah, this is a thing.
Yeah.
This is a thing." And, I it just fueled my passion and the reality of what I believed could be possible,
Mm,
and I was just it's one of those things where I was like, all of a sudden, I'm like, people live their whole life looking for purpose,
yeah.
go into the mountains looking for the purpose of life or whatever, and in that moment, purpose found me.
Mm,
It landed right there in my lap, and it's like, here you go, sister."
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that's a fascinating story. Um, I have to use the restroom real quick, so we're gonna take a quick break. All right, we're back, everybody. Okay, so I want to ask. So we just talked about him opening his eyes for the first time. When was the moment when he said his first word, made his first sound?
Well, that would have been when he was in LTAC, but he started it when he was in ICU trying to make this motion with his hand. He was trying to do 1 and then 2, and that was another indicator that, I understood very clearly what had gone down,
Yeah.
but I kept being given these little signs
Mm,
that not everything went down. I mean, we didn't lose everything.
yeah.
When Taylor was in high school, it was like I said, he was a soccer player, always played soccer, and Taylor is at a very he's a very, very affectionate person,
Mm.
has always been. We're a very affectionate family, and so it was never a problem for him to and I might also add he was a total mama's boy, but, he never had a problem with hugging me, kissing me, telling me he loved me in public. I mean, it was never a problem for a long time until all of a sudden, it does sort of become a little uncool, I
Yeah.
guess. And so and I respected that. Um, so as he got older and got into that, middle school, freshman, and is certainly into high school, that was not gonna be a part of the whole, me yelling, "I love you" out to Taylor was not gonna be just not cool, and I respected it.
Yeah.
So I said, "Here's the thing, though. I am never not gonna tell you I love you.
Mm,
And I need you to know that too.
yeah.
I need you to know that I love you. So, how about if we come up with a little hand signal of some sort? I mean, I'm like they do it in baseball. They do it, let's come up with a little hand signal so that only you know and I know that we're telling each other I love you.
Yeah.
And so, we thought about it and he never thought it was a bad idea, which in retrospect, I think is pretty awesome. But I said, okay, how about if we just go 2, 1, 2, just that simple.
Uh,
Just, 1, then 2, then 1, then 2. And he's like, okay. So, I mean, that was just that. So it would never be anything just I could, just be walking in to the game and he would be warming up and I would just be like, "Hey, T." And he'd look and I'd just be like,
oh,
just like that. Nobody else any the wiser, nothing. He always was down low with the, 1, 2, 1, 2, way down low here, so just in case anybody could see. That was that. And as far as they knew, he was, throwing a signal to a player or whatever. But so that began to be our little thing from then on.
yeah.
And he would sign cards to me, birthday cards, Mother's Day cards, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Aw.
I would sign, things 1, 2, 1, 2. When he was in, back when they had shop class, he was in shop class, I guess. He took woodworking. I think they called it woodworking then. He made a little 1, 2, 1, 2 for me.
Mm,
And so it was important. And that, I mean, he was in high school. So, I mean, it was important to him and, so I always was just right in his face, and I have a prayer that I said with him every single night, the same thing over and again, and it always ended or part of it, 1, 2, 1, 2, so that he just would hear it, and if he could see it with his eyes closed, at least in his mind's eye, maybe he could see it. He certainly, I believed, could hear me saying it. And then he all of a sudden started trying to make that signal with his hand.
mm,
He started trying to do that. And, that was a pretty turnkey moment for me to know that that's what he was trying to do.
yeah.
And he understood, um, it's so fundamental, Zach. I mean, he understood love.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can have all the medicine, all the therapy, all the everything, but he understood love.
Yeah.
and that was pretty awesome.
Yeah. How far, assuming this was at the hospital, how far into the hospital visit was
This
this?
well, this was definitely when he was in ICU,
Oh,
so, it was within, within 40 days, so I would say within it was probably a month in.
okay.
Probably a month in, I'm just about guessing. They had started to wean him off of some of the, the sedatives and bring him out of that coma, so, when his eyes were beginning to open and he began to just have a little bit more awareness.
Mm, yeah. So, in the hospital, I'm sure it's a crazy time. What were the things that you had to learn while being in the chaos? Let's say.
Well, um, always believing Taylor was coming home,
Uh,
always believing that. I also knew that he was going to have care. He was going to have a lot of care.
yeah.
And so I began to really pay attention to everything every single person that came into his room was doing,
Mm,
because I knew that whatever they were doing, I was going to be doing at home
yeah.
without the education that they have.
Hmm.
So again, going back to the you don't know what you don't know, it's a really fantastic sort of place to be in because you don't know what to be afraid of, but you then are just open to learn whatever's in front of you.
Yeah.
And so I began to ask question after question after question. And I would think of questions at home and I would write them down to take them back to ask this therapist, or this physician, or that nurse and say, can you please show me how to do that?
Mm,
Can you please, what is that for?
mm,
What is that going to do? Um, how can, and then I started to rephrase it as instead of just being a nosy mom, um, look, when I'm at home with him, I'm going to have to be you.
mm,
Can you please show me what you are doing so that when I am home with him, I know how to do this safely for him?
mhm,
So that was how I spent time, um, with learning things that I didn't know. I mean, oh my gosh, the numbers of questions that I asked, the numbers of notebooks
mm,
that I had full of information of things that I learned and that I asked and that I asked to be shown. And then I would say, now I need you to do this again tomorrow when my husband's here
mhm.
because he's going to need to know how to do it as well. And it's probably going to come better from you than me. So let's just go ahead and let you show him how to do that. So um, it was just that process of it was that process of advocating.
Mm,
It was the process of saying, "I'm sorry, yeah, this was supposed to happen. Can you explain to me why it didn't?
mm,
This needs to happen. Can you explain to me why it didn't? Or where is this? Or why is that?" And all of the questions that I am 1,000% sure that every time I walked through the door, there was this collective, "Oh, she's back," And then there would also be the other side of that, you would come through and there was the presence of of staff that would be like, we've never seen someone so interested. We've never seen someone advocate so strong. Now, obviously, I'm not the only one. I just happened to be the one right then who was hyper interested in knowing and learning because I understood the gravity of the undertaking we were about to have.
yeah.
I mean, before Taylor came home as an infant, obviously as a newborn, you have all of the things that you read, all of the stories that people tell you. You have baby showers where people write bits of advice on things and
Mm,
and all of this stuff to help you prepare for when that's going to happen.
yeah.
Well, none of that happens when something like this goes on.
Right.
There's nobody that's throwing you any kind of a party to help prepare you for when you come home, for
Right.
when you bring this individual home.
Right.
There's nobody that's gonna say, "Well, make sure you pay attention to this," or "Watch out for that," or, "Well, in my experience, this.
Yeah.
Here's what you need to have by the bed," or, "Here's what you need to have in your bathroom," and none of that is happening. It's an entirely different thing, but yet it's not. It's really not. You
Yeah.
are somewhat prepared to I mean to get married, to have a baby. There's all of these things that people throw. Nowadays, when you have a second baby, they sprinkle you. So they even
Mm,
prepare you to have a baby that you've already had.
mhm.
And so there are so many things like that, but there are not things in place to prepare you for when crisis happens,
Yeah,
except for a freezer full of frozen lasagna
yeah,
because, people don't know they don't know what to do.
yeah.
They don't know what to do, so they just simply do what they know, and, that's another thing that I learned growing up actually in youth group in church. I'll never forget our youth pastor said to a group of us teenagers one time, he's like, "Things are gonna go down when you're a teenager." He was an awesome youth pastor, and he's like, "Things are gonna go down, and when they do, just remember this. When you don't know what to do, just do what you do know.
Mm,
Do what you know.
mm,
It's not any more complicated than that."
yeah.
And if you think about it, it really isn't. If you just don't know what to do, it's that go with your gut.
Mm,
And so I have relied on that a
mhm,
lot.
mhm.
When I didn't know what to do, I'm like, "Well, what makes sense here? What do I know that will help me just a little bit
Yeah,
that I can figure it out, but I have to do something to just kinda get this rolling." So,
yeah. Yeah, it's interesting 'cause, I've had a lot of people on my podcast who talk about rehab and all those things, but, like, I've never heard of, and it sounds like it doesn't exist, I've never heard of, like, caregiver rehab.
oh, no. Well, man, what a great idea, right?
Yeah,
Because you are thrown into this. In our case, that's not often the case, or not. I shouldn't say not often, not always the case.
yeah,
Sometimes you're a caregiver for someone that it's the child that is born
yeah,
with spina bifida.
yeah,
There's a caregiving element in addition to parenting
yes.
with that.
Mhm.
And then you grow up with that. You are thrust into it like we are or have been. Um,
But even for me, like, I went through physical therapy
mhm.
as a kid and stuff like that, so, like, I don't know, like, it almost seems like there is an element of that, like, training, let's say, for my parents to deal with the kid with spina bifida, like, right?
Well, that very well could be because
Yeah,
there's a lot of information and education that happens as you are growing up. I
yeah,
guess that's true. But what isn't available to them is you're still going to go through the teen years. There's still going to become a point where services are not going to be available for you.
yes,
Because there's this in between time that once you leave, I would say like children's hospital, let's say, once you leave that 18 to 21 kind of or 24, whatever they allow you to be out there now, there's still that transition time
yeah,
where you're transitioning into adulthood
yeah,
that information doesn't exist.
right,
Places don't exist, or so that you don't know about them.
mhm,
There's just not this surplus of, "Oh, this resource is right there. I know exactly who to talk to for
yeah,
that. I
yeah,
know exactly the company or the nonprofit or so forth that I can go to for that." That's not the case with this adulthood time frame.
yeah, yeah, wow, that's a perspective I've never thought of, okay, so one of the last questions I have for you about the hospital, um time period, let's say, is what moment came closest to breaking you and what got you through that moment?
Um, well, I mean, there gosh, there were a lot of times that I can as I just try to as I'm scrolling back through, which is not something I enjoy doing, I will say. I don't enjoy scrolling back through my memories of that time.
Sure.
It was a very dark, dark time for me and for my family, of course. But, I also can use that time as, mentioned to you earlier, as I think back through it and am given opportunity to think back through it, I can look at it as what as a springboard.
Mm,
What did come from that? Where and well, I'll tell you this also, most importantly, it also lets me look back and see how far we've come.
yeah,
So, instead of just, I guess, kinda dwelling in the, "Oh my gosh, that was just such a dreadful time," I can also look at that and say, "We have come so far."
right.
And it's been just baby step at a time, just the tiniest little bits, but even baby steps add up to the long jump, at the end
Yeah,
of the day, and so you just keep going. Um, but I do know that, in the very, very beginning, I guess, sort of set a trajectory for the whole of it was
mm,
we were sitting in the room with, his, uh one of his, neurointensivists, and he was quite literally line iteming out the various stages of coma
mm,
and, what they all look like and what the potential is on the other side of that.
mm,
And, or what the potential isn't, I guess, probably more to the point. And we had someone else on the phone, a family friend of ours who is actually an emergency room physician, and she was on the phone listening in so that she could get the medical information and reorganize it so that we could ingest it easier,
right.
or understand it better. But also because when you're sitting in a conversation with someone like that, you really are only taking in about 20% of what they're saying. It's make sure you've got somebody else there that is listening along with you
Mm,
when you're getting this kind of heavy information. Um, and he said, this is the prognosis
mm,
for Taylor, and it's not good.
mm,
But this is the prognosis. This is my recommendation that we go ahead and sign this document, sign that document, take care of this now, all of those things. And I, I can remember again, all of a sudden, this entire sort of compartmentalization, kind of these like walls, sort of came around me, and I remember looking at him with all the respect I could muster and say, "I hear what you're saying, but here's what I'm going to tell you.
mm,
That's not the case
mm,
because as far as I'm concerned, I serve a God of miracles.
mm.
We got this. That's not going to be the case."
What was one thing that the doctor told you that you refused to believe?
That it is unlikely Taylor will ever be able to attend to you,
Mm,
meaning he won't know who you are when you walk into the room.
mm,
And It's it is a fair question to say, is that a way you want for him to live? Is that a way he would want to live?
right,
Um, the obvious answer is no.
right,
For us, that was, and I guess not for everybody. For us, but that answer would have been no. We wouldn't have wanted that for him. He wouldn't have wanted that.
right.
But I didn't believe that was going to be the case.
Mm. So it sounds like there was talk about taking him off the ventilator, so to speak. Is that
I think that it was, yes, it could have gone that direction. It also was, we're going to give it this amount of time.
mm,
And if we haven't seen this level of change or this level of improvement, then that's the conversation we have to have.
okay.
So,
Wow.
yeah.
That's I can't imagine. Okay, so let's talk family and friends. So while going through the hospital experience, what was what's some of the most helpful things that family and friends did for you? And maybe like I don't want to discount anybody's efforts to help, but what were maybe some of the least helpful as well that maybe you wish they would have done this instead or something like that?
That's a fair question. Um, I I will say that, and this may actually answer both of them. Family and friends, they they're there. They're just there.
Yeah.
They were just there, and nobody knew what to say. Everybody was in an I can't imagine kind of a mind frame, right? We were existing in
Yeah.
that same space. And so everybody's living in this I can't imagine what you're going through right now kind of a mind space here. And so they were just there. Nobody said anything particularly helpful. Nobody said anything magical. Nobody said of my family and friends that were there. It was it was his soccer buddy Patch. Can I just come sit in the car with you? And that he's Taylor's age, but that sweet boy, sat in the car with us and cried with us.
Mhm.
His heart was breaking too.
Mhm.
And so his best friends, Taylor and Max, who didn't live near, um, their hearts were breaking,
Mhm.
but they were checking in
Mm.
and just saying just that, just want to check in.
Mhm.
And because they knew if anything would have happened, they would have been notified. And until then, it was just a sort of a very slow process of not a lot of big giant improvements. The increments were so tiny,
Yeah.
but wonderful. And my favorite phrase was always medically stable enough. It was medically stable enough to do whatever was next, or uneventful. Loved it. How was his night? Uneventful. Perfect. I'm loving uneventful. And, so they just showed up. I will say that that's one of the biggest things that I've learned, and my sister will agree with me on this as well as my daughter and other people I think too, that it is our natural our natural tendency to say, "How can I help you?
Mhm.
What can I do for you?"
Mhm.
I can promise you there is nothing that I could have said, nothing I could have thought of in any moment if someone said, "How can I help you? What can I do for you?" that I could have come up with.
Mm.
Nothing. Because I didn't know. I mean, I just didn't know. It wasn't that I didn't want to tell you something. It's that I simply didn't know because that's not what I was thinking about.
Yeah.
I was not thinking about, "Oh gosh, I wonder if somebody could just help me with,"
Mhm.
that never ever happened for me. But what friends and family just started to do was just do.
Mm.
They didn't ask, they just did.
Mm.
And that may be all of a sudden a Kroger gift card, a DoorDash gift card,
Yeah.
a as a joke about frozen lasagna,
Yeah.
but food that you can freeze because we did have family in every weekend.
Yeah.
Nobody's looking to cook.
Yeah.
We're not doing that. You're
Mhm.
just and because and to be honest, you're not even looking to eat.
Mhm.
But there is food available. There is opportunity to look, we've got this Kroger gift card, gas cards.
Mhm.
We were driving down to UC and back every single day
Yeah.
or to wherever, or to Drake or to Norwood. Gas cards.
Yeah.
What a gift
Mm.
to give someone.
Mm.
Just do it.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what someone is going through, but if there is an all of a sudden crisis in someone's life or even just not there are levels of crises, right? So, just even the slightest hiccup in someone's world and you're just like, "Oh gosh, I sure wish I could help them. I wonder what I could do."
Yeah.
Don't ask them.
Mhm.
Just do it.
Mm.
They're going to appreciate. Nobody is gonna say to you, "Well, man, that really stinks that you sent a gift card. I didn't want that."
Yeah.
"I didn't need that gas card. Sure wish you'd, sent, whatever, Kentucky Fried Chicken or something, I don't even
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
but, I don't even know where Kentucky Fried Chicken came from, so, but I
yeah,
mean thinking that, but um, it's the just do.
yeah,
So, our that is something that I learned from that, so, um and we had frozen food that enough frozen food that we just couldn't eat all of it,
yeah,
and I will never tell people whose lasagna may or may not have gotten thrown away or given to somebody else. I'm like, "Look, we just can't."
yeah.
And, um, but, it's yeah, so
Yeah, it's interesting because that was one of my thoughts is making too much food for you. Like obviously the gesture is amazing, but at the same time, it's like well, like and on top of people making food for you, like you don't want to have to coordinate. Like okay, I need you to do this, you to do this, you to do
yeah.
this. Like you're already dealing with way too much,
Oh, yeah.
and so you know in my life, I've had tons of surgeries because of spina bifida
Mhm.
and all that. And there's two things that came to my mind. Is one, before the surgery, I was scared, and so I didn't want people to say good luck
Right.
or I'm praying for you, anything,
Mhm.
because I didn't want to think about it until I had to think
Oh,
about it,
right, right.
and then another thing, and I'm sure my parents probably fielded this way more than I did, but, like, I can imagine the overwhelming support you had of people who cared so deeply about what was going on, that them following up on a daily basis and
Mhm.
having to respond to 10 texts a day plus 100 texts a day, like, it's like I don't have capacity to respond to
Right,
everybody and
well,
and all that.
so true, and we said we don't have the bandwidth for it, and so what we did to sort of circumvent that was, and it was a wound up being a really great idea. I love to write, and it was in storytell, essentially, and what I began to do then was because we were getting all of that, and initially we had these calls, and we did begin to like chunk up. And I remember my sister and daughter were like, "Here, you take these 10 people, you take these 10 people,
Mm,
Marvin, you take these 10 people, and we're gonna put them in a group text chat, and just blast it that way."
yeah,
Well, then it began to just get so big
yeah,
that I started a private Facebook
mm,
group that was called Team Taylor,
mm,
We Rise, and I began to document every week. I would put out a an update of what was happening, and it was more than that. It wound up being a chronological journal
mm,
of and telling the actual story of what was happening on a week-to-week basis
yeah,
of Taylor.
yeah,
And they were quite lengthy because there was a lot of time. I had a
yeah,
lot of time to just sit because there was a lot of time where he would not be awake,
mm,
and, would be there and well, I mean, a lot of time not awake, not in a coma, just not awake.
yeah,
And so I would sit and I would just write
mm,
about what was happening, and it allowed me to do something with the emotions
mm,
that I was feeling as well.
mhm.
It allowed me to put them down on paper. I did not you talk about not having the bandwidth. I did not had so many people that say, "I hope you're journaling this every day." And that was something I wish people wouldn't say. That
Yeah,
I will say. Don't look at somebody, or at least me. I mean, just for me. I am not writing taken, right before you go to bed, spend 10 minutes before you go to sleep and write down. Are you kidding me?
right,
No, that just was so not that, and I'm just like, great idea."
mhm,
Not it. I mean, I can't I'm not that person, and so I, took to writing a complete wellness, and it wound up being something. I would post it on Facebook, and people would respond to it,
mm,
but I didn't have to respond to them.
yeah,
They would react to what I wrote. I did the writing.
yeah,
And then they would just react, and it was an update, and it was good because it let people know what was happening. People do wanna know because life goes on, right?
yeah,
People can't just over 204 days, they can't just stay completely involved in what's happening in my life. They have their own life.
Yeah.
They've got their own world. And so they're paying attention to that, but yet they still want to know. They still want to know what's happening and they're still the beauty of that is that they're still thinking of you.
Mhm.
And so that feels good to know that you have this tribe around you and this private group is well over 600 members now, and it's also a great way to spread the word
Mhm.
and, let people know what had happened. He had touched so many. There are so many people in this that I don't even know.
Mhm.
And, well, Taylor had, like I said, he had been from Nashville to back to Xavier, out to Arizona, plus just all of the things that, people and friends that he's made over his life, and then ours, and then my sister's friends and our daughter's friends, and,
Mhm.
dominoes keep falling, right? That it's pretty big at the end of the day. And then, so it was a great way to do that, and one day, it will make a great book.
Mm.
And I got a lot of, "Dana, you are so inspirational, you have, this has been so helpful for me." And that was never my goal.
Mhm.
That was never, ever my goal, but the goal was to simply document what was happening. I wanted to have record of what was happening because I knew I would never be able to remember it all.
Mhm.
Knew I would never be able to remember that this happened on this day and that happened on that day, and I also didn't want to have to use the real estate in my brain to try to remember it.
Mm.
If I wrote it down, then I wouldn't have to try to remember it, and more than that, worry that I might forget.
Yeah.
I was worried that I would forget parts of this,
Yeah.
and I didn't want to,
Mhm.
but I also knew I probably couldn't help but, and so this was gonna prevent that,
Mhm.
and, it was a system and procedure that I could put in place,
Yeah.
for the safety of the story,
Mhm.
and so that's what I did, to sort of help with the whole trying to keep up. Now, there is a whole group of people that aren't on Facebook that we had to try to still keep up with,
Mm.
and eventually, you kind of are like, "Look, you
Give
gotta
up it.
find a friend." Find a friend that's on Facebook
Yeah.
that you can connect with, and, because life goes on.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, you are home, and you're trying to keep up with this, and you simply can't.
Mm.
It's not that it's any less important, it's just that things change.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Um, one of the things that you mentioned was people saying that you're so inspirational, and it. I'm curious to have this discussion with you because I've had it with a lot of other disabled people, not a caregiver per se,
Mhm.
and one of the sentiments with inspiration and being an inspiration to other people is I I'm okay if someone finds me inspirational for doing the things that I'm doing in life,
Mhm.
but I'm not okay with somebody being inspired by me getting up in the morning and putting my shoes on. Now, I'm sure in your situation that in and of itself was a hard feat to do. Is just I'm sure there's so much fatigue that is happening and everything that you're going through, but when someone says that you're inspirational for going through something like this, is that received well for you?
Well, again, I'm gonna kinda go back to something that I already touched on. I think that a lot of times people don't have the words.
Yeah.
They don't know what to say,
Mhm.
and they want to say, "What you've written has touched me.
Yeah.
It has helped me to feel a little bit better
Mm.
about anything." They could have come to the page having had a really, really crappy day,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden they read something that sort of changed their mindset
Mm.
a little bit. And it may not have been necessarily that I was inspirational, but that what it did was take sort of what they're thinking and it sort of shifted their mindset to, okay, maybe there is possibility.
Yeah.
It just kind of changed your outlook a
Yeah.
little bit. I understand what you're saying about not wanting to be inspiring for getting up, getting dressed, putting your shoes on.
Mhm.
I think when people say that, I think it's their way of saying that they recognize that you have challenges that are different from theirs, and whereas you can put your shoes on as easily as they can,
Yeah.
they simply recognize that it's probably different
Mhm.
for you,
Mm.
and they don't know what to say,
Yeah.
and if somebody inherently appears to be challenged in some way,
Mhm.
and they're doing something that is typical,
Mhm.
that's the word I don't like,
Yeah.
is typical, um, or normal, that's another word I don't like,
Mm.
but, because what's normal,
Yeah,
right? I mean,
yeah.
it is, there is something about that that just it's a way for them to connect to you.
Yeah.
I just really feel like it's a way for them to connect to you with saying, "I I understand that you have this, and I think you're amazing. I'll buy" whatever. I mean, I would it's again, I just really think it's because you don't know what to say, but you still just want to recognize people. You
Mhm.
just still want to recognize somebody for something,
Mhm.
and, as opposed to saying something I guess another way to look at it is just, you know, they could they could be saying something negative or could be saying, saying that, "Gosh, I'm surprised you can put your shoes on at all."
Yeah.
That's not the route they're going. They are saying trying to be positive.
Yeah. So I do get the intent,
Yeah,
but it's still for I think the vast majority of people in wheelchairs, let's say, or disabled, it's still super patronizing, you know?
right.
And so, yeah, I'm never someone who like hears that and just scolds the person. Like
Yeah.
that's the last thing I want to do.
Right, right, yeah.
But I do think that in society there is a stereotype of disabled individuals,
Oh, I agree with that. 100% agree with that.
and I one of the things that I want to do on the podcast is I aim to kind of like help squash some of those
Yeah,
stereotypes, including something like this, right?
right. That
Um,
makes a lot of sense, and I completely agree, and I don't have your perspective.
yeah, yeah,
So, from a you originally said, from a caregiver's perspective,
yeah,
it wasn't my intent to be inspirational. I
sure,
was simply documenting things so that I didn't have to forget it or worry
yeah,
about forgetting it. On the other side of it, I see that I can be a vehicle
hmm,
for other people
hmm,
who are going through things,
yeah,
um, that that what I can do and or say and or write and or put forward may be helpful
yeah,
and could be inspirational to someone who is just struggling so hard to
hmm,
just put a shoe on.
yeah, yeah,
I mean, and or even care if you have a shoe on.
yeah,
Um, and so if there's any way that I can help dismiss that for a
yeah,
caregiver,
hmm.
um, and that's very different from what you're talking
Oh
about.
yeah, for
So
sure.
it's a whole different kind of inspiration. I get what you're saying though, because I even say this in when talking with businesses about relating to individuals with disabilities is, please understand that unless they literally have a hearing deficit, they're not deaf.
Yeah.
There's no need to increase your volume
Mm,
by, 20, 30 decibels. You do not need to squat down to their level to
yeah,
talk to them,
yeah.
and you do not need to slow your speech down
Mhm.
and speak in, word, pause,
Yeah.
you do not and so that, I think, is a stereotype. A lot of times people just think that if you have a disability, you also can't hear.
Oh, yeah.
And so and that I never have gotten that. I'm like, "Why are you yelling?" And people will do that to Taylor.
Yeah.
They also assume that he is paralyzed. They
Mhm.
assume that because he's in a wheelchair.
Mhm.
And or and this is another thing, and this happens to this very day. We'll go into an office, a doctor's office for a visit, and they will have a question, and they will look at me and say, "What is his birth date?"
Mm.
"Taylor, when were you born?"
Yeah.
And it will take him a minute,
Yeah.
and it will be slow, and it may be difficult for them to understand exactly
Yeah.
but he can tell you when he was born.
Mhm.
He can tell you his full name.
Yeah.
So it's the assumption that he can't tell you.
Yeah.
And so those are stereotypes that I completely agree with you
Mm.
that it would be wonderful if they didn't exist.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I was just curious about the inspiration piece, just
Yeah.
what their overlap is there, and all that. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, I want to get into the wheelie bad joke segment. So here's how it works. I've got two books. There's a guy on socials that I follow. His name is Logan Lyle. Got his books because I love all of his wheelie bad jokes. Is what I like to call them. They're just dad jokes and whatever. So, I'm gonna pick a joke out of here. I want you to read a joke as well. The challenge that I have, and they're really short jokes, but the challenge is open it up to a page, read the joke to yourself, and then without looking at it, try to tell the joke. And then we can rate it on a scale of 1 to 10, or see which one's better and all
Great.
that. So,
Love it.
go ahead and take one book, and I will do the the first one.
I love these guys.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
know who they are.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Yep.
they're awesome. Okay, so I wanna just quickly stop this, do this. Okay, I'm ready for mine. Are you ready for
Yep.
yours?
Yep.
All right, let's go ahead and put the book on the table then. Um, okay. If Yoda owned a business, I'm sorry, let me back up. If Yoda owned a car dealership, I bet it would be a Toyota
Yeah.
dealership. All right.
Okay.
How would you rate that on a scale? That one was like mid, I'd say. Like,
Yeah, probably mid,
yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it helped that you went back and said car dealership.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that
Right,
clarified.
right.
Helped your punchline.
Minor
Yeah.
details that they're, whatever. Anyway, okay. What is your? You can like look at it again if
Oh,
you need
I
to.
don't need to.
Okay, okay.
Okay, deal with a professional here.
All right.
Yeah, so, did you know that carrots make great detectives?
No.
Well, it's because they get down to the root of the problem.
Ah, that is that one is a lot better than the one that I told, I think. So
So
that's
great.
great. Okay. So on to another another section. Okay. So I want to talk about going home, bringing Taylor home and all that. And one of the things when I was looking at just in time wellness, adaptive wellness, you have a quote. Can you share what that quote is? It's the one about good news.
Oh, good
Yes,
good
thank you.
news. Yeah,
Sorry, you're like I have a lot of quotes.
yeah, let's scale that down.
My
Yeah.
bad.
So, well, the good news is you're going home. The bad news is you're going home,
Yeah.
right? So I remember when we were getting ready to leave, in Compass here in Norwood, and you meet with the pharmacist who
Mm,
goes over all of the medications. And then you meet with a nurse who goes over, all of the different things that are, in this checklist that is not a special checklist, it's just a generic checklist.
mhm,
And, they hand you this binder that, is like, "Yay, you're going home." And I remember thinking, okay. So again, you're sitting down, you're sitting with this person, and then this other person, and then this other person, and you're sitting and you're only taking in about 20% of what they say,
yeah.
not because they're sharing bad news, but because they're sharing news that you're like, "This is not relevant. This is not gonna help me
Mm,
at all."
mm,
I'm getting ready to go home with an adult son, I mean, or just an adult human, adult person that is going to require my full-time care,
mhm,
for which and require the therapies and everything, for which there are, I don't know, 15 or 20 people individually they all come in and do their own little part, and I'm gonna wear every hat
Yeah.
when I get home.
Yeah.
So this really isn't a yay.
Mm.
I mean, it is because we're going home. That's where he needed to be. I needed Taylor to come home to do more than survive. I needed him to come home to thrive.
Mm.
I needed him with surviving is what he was doing there.
Yeah.
I needed him to come home so we could begin to thrive. And the journey of recovery would actually begin.
Mhm.
And so, you get home and this kind of dovetails off of what we were talking about before. You get home and they're like, "Well, we're gonna make sure that you have a hospital bed."
Mm.
And, for Taylor, he needed an IV pole so that his nutrition and the flush bag, the water flush bag could hang on it so that he could get that. That was set up. They send you home with a bedside commode. Not really sure why, but I guess they're assuming at some point this will be helpful.
Mm.
And I'm like, well, I guess I'll use it because I'm not leaving his side. So maybe that's who that's meant for. I don't know. Certainly wasn't going to be Taylor. And and then they set you up with just just whatever the bare bones things are. And then they say, and here's your scripts. You've got them for 30 days.
Mhm.
You're gonna have to connect with a primary care. You don't have one? Oh, well, we'll see if you can find one in network.
Oh,
And, oh, here are 3 different home healthcare companies. Which one do you wanna use?
wow.
On what basis I mean, how do I know?
Mm.
I mean, on what basis am I choosing this?
Yeah.
Well, these 3 are in your insurance.
Mhm.
Again. On what I mean, I don't know what the criteria is.
Yeah.
I don't know what this means. What about nutrition supplies? What about, he's got what about the incontinence supplies? Oh, well, we're gonna set up an account with you with MedMart.
Okay.
Exactly. Okay. And I've never done any of this. And then this, is probably a little too much information, except it's very real
Mm.
when all of a sudden you're on that phone with MedMart and they say, "Well, do you want like the pull-up type briefs or do you want the kind that are diaper?" And
Mm.
I'm like, "Well, first let me say this, don't ever use the word diaper again. That's not okay." I had a thing with that. I'm
Okay.
like, "Don't ever use the word diaper again to me." And this lady on the other end's probably like, you know, and I'm like, "Do not." And I still in my house, I'm like, "Do not use that word." He has a brief.
Mm.
He has a brief because, Zach, I fully believe Taylor's hearing this. It's not going to help Taylor to know that at 30 years old, I'm putting a diaper on him
Mhm.
or a pull-up. Neither one of those. That is something that needs to change
Mm.
in the system, the language.
Mm.
That kind of language. Diapers work when you need a diaper.
Mm.
It is not something we need to even be saying in the geriatric community. You talk about stripping dignity. Let's not use that
Mhm.
language. So the first thing that I did was I put the brief on Taylor, which was the disposable brief,
Mhm.
and then I bought Taylor a whole bunch of boxer briefs
Mhm.
because you need to put your underwear on, your briefs on, your
Mhm.
boxer briefs on, so that when Taylor looks down, he doesn't see a medical brief.
Mm.
He sees a pair of boxer briefs.
Mhm.
That falls into that when you don't know what to do, you do what you know. Well, what I know is he's gonna need to be just put on a pair of boxer briefs,
Mhm.
and if they could have crunch on them, all the better.
Mhm.
So I just bought a bunch of fun boxer briefs for him to put on because it looked like what Taylor would be wearing no matter what.
Mhm.
Dare I say, normal,
Mhm.
um, or typical.
Mhm.
I mean, you can't avoid those words. I'm not a fan of them, but it is what it is. And, so that was the first thing. That would be one of the first things I would say to a mom bringing her son home is something like that.
Mm,
That's what needs to be in that binder,
mhm.
that kind of information.
Yeah.
Um, they don't send you home with an well, where I was leading with that actually is then the person at MedMart says, "Now we're going Taylor, you have 2 options." Taylor is he did not use the bathroom, he needs full care. So, he needed to either have a condom catheter or an internal catheter.
Mhm.
They look at me and they say, "Now which would you like? Which would you prefer?" Okay. Well, let's see. Not gonna do an internal this is how this whole decision was made. I'm not gonna do an internal catheter because internal catheters cause urine infections,
Yeah.
UTIs, and what I do know is that UTIs are bad news. So,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna go that route. I'm not gonna try to manage that. I don't want to try to manage that. Taylor cannot tell me pain level right now. He can't tell me any of that information, so I'm not going to guess
Mm,
if he is in pain. He you can't tell if he has a fever because of his brain injury. I'm not gonna manage that. So, condom catheter it is,
yeah.
which loosely translated means I'm going to be putting condoms on my adult son on a regular basis.
Mhm.
The next thing is that you're going to be asked very casually, "Well, now what size does he wear?"
Mm,
Really?
yeah.
I am gonna go on record and say, pretty happy I don't know what size condom my son wears.
Yeah. Fair.
I mean, I'm pretty happy about that. So, I don't know. I'm guessing I'm not gonna say small. So, I mean, again, we're talking dignity here, so how about not that? I don't I don't know, and so, you go down this process of those are the things no one is preparing you for.
Yeah.
No one is gonna say to you, "Oh, by the way, when you bring your son home, you're gonna need to know what size condom he wears,"
Yeah.
because the condom catheter is just that. It is a condom with a tube on it
Mm,
that connects to a tube that connects to a bag.
mhm.
And, oh, here's another little piece of, just wonderful, juicy information. It's not gonna stay on,
Mm-mm.
and it's not gonna stay on because what it's on is not compliant. It does not feel the need to stay in one place all the time.
Yeah.
You talk about a super funny story. Because here's the other part is now all of a sudden, what they don't Taylor gets a shower once a week. He got a shower when he was at Encompass. They would put him in a shower chair in a bath buddy, and the occupational therapist would come in and shower him.
Mm,
At which point I said, "I need to be a part of this shower.
mhm.
I need to know how to do
Mm,
this." And Taylor was was, like a he was so fragile. He was so fragile, and so I need to know how to best do this the safest way possible. So, I invited myself to be a part of learning this. So, I was giving Taylor a shower at one point because then you have to buy a shower cha that's another thing, is this list of things that you need to have at home
mm,
that I am curating that. I'm creating that list of things, have it created actually, of, things that you need initially when you
mm.
come home. That shower, baby shower that you didn't get, well, this is the crisis shower that you don't get. And, so anyhow, we're just sitting there and, there's my sweet as a mom, you just can't help but say, "There's my sweet boy," and, he's a grown man
Yeah.
sitting there, and all of a sudden, just looks down, and he's like, "Where did it go?"
Mm.
And I'm like, "Mm, that's a great question. I don't know where it went." I d I think it's still there, but I don't know where it went. I think just give it a minute. Give it a minute. It'll come back out. Just give it a minute. And, I could like I said, I've been married close to 39 years, and I can honestly say in 39 years, I've never been a part of anything with my husband where I had to ask where it went. I've never had that issue, and so I had no answer for him.
Yeah.
So, but that was a funny, funny moment, with him, and a lot of times, the most, um, awkward of situations,
Mhm.
they have to turn into some level of humor.
Mhm.
They have to, or you just find yourself sitting in a corner, rocking back and forth, sucking your thumb, going just repeating, vowel sounds or something, and because you just don't know what to do, and you can't do that
Mm.
because the same person that so 100% needed you from the beginning needs you now.
Yeah.
And I guess for me, it was never a question of should I show up?
Mhm.
I just did.
Mhm.
I just did show up. When you don't know what to do, you do what you know. I
Mhm.
just simply did what I knew how to do, and that was love Taylor completely and wholly and fully, um, doing all the things that I needed to do.
Mhm. I wanna go back to, you were talking about, briefs versus diaper and the dignity of using the word diaper. So I on the podcast, I talk a lot about words,
Mhm,
and my general sentiment is like with words within the disability community, you've got like disability, you've got handicap, you've got individual with a disability and all that. And generally speaking, like, so I've had some people on the podcast that say, oh, you shouldn't use the word handicap because of this history and all that. And my general sentiment is like it it doesn't matter what the word is. Like, you can call me handicap. I'm not going to be offended by it. And and I think it's really like it's I don't know. Like, I get the gesture of like somebody calling me handicapped. Like it's synonymous to disability, and
mhm,
so I think it's a very small minority of people that think that, but there are people out there. And so then my mind switches to one of the other things that I really like talking about is failure, because I think failure is so critical to your own development.
mhm,
And if you're not failing, maybe you're not trying hard enough, right? And so in my earlier years, I hated failing. I avoided it. I didn't want to commit to things because I was scared to fail, right?
mhm, mhm,
And so since then, I've recaptured that word, and I've recaptured the word failure to, instead of it being a bad thing, for it to be a good thing. And so going back to briefs versus diaper, I do get the sentiment of saying diaper and all that, but to an extent, especially with like the words like handicap, I almost feel like sometimes we give words too much power.
oh, that's very true.
And so I'm curious, based on all that, w what are your what are your thoughts? What's your response to anything that I just said?
Well, I think you make a great point, and I think it's one of those things that I bet that in the grand scheme of things, every person has a set of trigger words
Yeah.
that probably bother them more
Yeah.
than other words.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, if is Taylor handicapped? Yes, he is.
Mhm.
Is he disabled? Yes, he is. Does he have a disability? Yes.
Yeah.
Is he differently abled? Yes.
Yeah.
And so, and he's all of those things. None of those things bother me,
Yeah.
and to that end, I guess if it helps the other person feel better
Mhm.
by using one or the other words, then you do it. That's fine. If that helps you to feel better about what you want to say,
Right.
that's fine. It doesn't, like you said, that doesn't offend me one way or the other. I don't believe that that's going to impact Taylor's mindset either.
Mhm.
Because I do agree that those are all synonymous
Yeah.
words or phrases. But I think something like a diaper comes with its own set of incapacities
Mhm.
and or babies
Mhm.
who are incapable.
Mhm.
And the whole goal is to get them out of them.
Mhm.
The whole goal of being a baby is to get to a place where you don't, have to wear a diaper anymore.
Yeah.
And the joke is you start in one and you end in one. That's a joke. But if we're just talking about the dignity side of thing, I guess that there are connotations to both in no matter what topic you bring up.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what. There is a set of jargon that is connected with it that, and to be honest, it changes continuously
Mhm.
from one thing, I often find I'm like, "Is that what we're saying now? Is that
Yeah.
is that what we're calling it now? What am
Yeah.
I supposed to say? You tell me what I'm supposed to say."
Yeah.
Because I don't want to offend you.
Mhm.
And chances are I'm going to forget it, though.
Mhm.
I'm going to tell you that now. I'm probably going to forget it. So I apologize in advance. But that for me was just a trigger.
Yeah.
I didn't want Taylor to have somebody say, well, let's put your diaper on.
Mhm.
Um, I didn't ever see that as a way for him to feel better
Yeah.
about what had happened. Because, like I said, he he went from outgrowing the diaper to getting into his big boy pants to, now to have to return to that. I didn't see that as being a positive way to encourage recovery,
Yeah.
for him.
And that's a really important distinction, right? Like there's someone that's going through recovery and maybe for an accident or
Mhm,
whatever else, a paralysis that
mhm,
there are certain things that like is really hard to deal with early on, and if
mhm.
you can minimize those things like briefs or diaper, I do think that that helps out with recovery.
Right. I also think it helps with the stereotypes
Mm,
because if I'm out with Taylor and or something, I'm like, "Well, we need to go because I need to change his diaper."
mm, yeah,
Well, that's going to that brings about just out in community or wherever you are, that advances a stereotype for Taylor
yeah,
that's unfair.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true, and like there are stereotypes that people are gonna have of that word. So, um, yeah, interesting. Okay, well, I just wanted to bring that up briefly.
Yeah. Boom, boom.
Oh, man, no,
That was better than the joke you told that you read from the book, I gotta say.
yeah, right. Okay, so I wanna know, what so you have these conversations with the nurses about what you need to provide for what kind of equipment you need, things that you need to do, all that. What were the first 72 hours home like?
Sleep deprived. I didn't sleep for I didn't sleep. I was so afraid.
Mm,
Like I said, my thing was he was home, and that was fantastic, and it's exactly where I wanted him, but now this overwhelming, it's now your job to keep him alive.
mhm,
Um, and there were teams of people doing that before.
yeah,
And so, I the first 72 hours, my sister was there, and, I d I just remember it being a very, tenuous kind of thing, but still, like, he came home in August. It was
mhm,
beautiful outside.
mm,
I mean, we literally moved into our condominium on August 17th, and we brought him home on the 26th. So it
wow,
was like boom, right there. We weren't even I mean, there were boxes still, everywhere. All we needed, my only thing I wanted to make sure of that was in place was his room,
mm,
which is basically a hospital room with, fun things on the wall and a bigger TV.
mhm,
And so, the it was, getting him outside to let him feel
mhm,
outside. It was turning something on sports. We're a big sports family, so turning sports on TV and having a conversation about that with more than one person or
Mhm.
more than 2 people because he was never allowed to see more than 2 people at a time.
Yeah.
So it was being in a room where his whole family was.
Mhm.
That was brand new.
Mhm.
And for him, that was brand new for all of us actually to all be in a space together.
Mm.
So that's what we tried to do, and I you know what? I don't know that we even tried to do it. I think it was something that we did because it was part of what we did.
Mhm.
It was part of what we did, and I've said to Taylor over and over again, um, "This is what families do.
Mhm.
This is called unconditional love right here. You're looking at unconditional love. This is what families do. This is what this family does. We've got you. You are home. We are here, and we're going to just every day. You're just going to get a little bit better every single day,
Mhm.
and that's and I talk about my sister a lot because my sister, she's my ride or die, and people would ask her, of course, she's in DC area, so people would ask over and again, "Well, how's Taylor?
Mm.
How's Taylor?" And I would get asked that a lot as well. Well, I mean, to answer that is like, "Well, how much time you had? Should we get meet at a coffee shop? Because this is gonna take a minute."
Yeah.
Um, we really got down to just saying, "You know what? He's getting a little bit better every day."
Mhm.
And then let them decide what that is. You decide what a little bit means to you. For us, it was truly a little bit, but we were grateful for a little bit.
Yeah.
And so that was our go-to answer, and it still is, like I said today, is he's getting a little bit better
Mhm.
every day.
Yeah.
So,
What was, what was one unexpected thing that the people telling you what you needed to prepare for didn't actually prepare you for?
um, wow, just everybody in the hospitals has a job,
Mhm.
and they are all in their own lane. And they do their own thing, and they come in, they do it well. The people in the hospitals do it well.
Mhm.
Everybody that it was our experience. I know there are people that don't have good hospital experiences. And we had, there are hiccups all over the places, and that's fine. I mean,
Mhm.
that just simply is a fact. Our overall experience within the UC system, certainly at B North, but we were just 3 days there, but the following 201 days within the UC system were positioned us to bring Taylor home
Mm.
so that we could get busy with the job of getting better.
Mhm.
They took care of the medical side. It's not their job to take care of the thriving side.
Yeah.
That's not if you were thriving, you wouldn't be in the hospital.
Mhm.
So thriving is, the hospitals are for those who are not thriving. It is for those who are just trying to survive.
Mhm.
Let's get him home so we can begin to thrive and get busy with that. Um, what they don't and they can't prepare you for that you are now all of those you are a team of one doing the team of many or doing the jobs of many. And it's what they don't prepare you for is, when you have the cleanup in the night that requires you to do the whole bed change
Mm.
with him still in the bed. You can't say, "Let me get the PCA to do that.
Mhm.
I'm on break.
Yeah.
Let me get the PCA to do that.
Right.
She'll be right in."
Right.
And by "she'll be right in" means when she's done with whatever.
Mhm.
So that's again, that's by no fault of their own. That's the system.
Sure.
That's the system. So, they don't prepare you for that, and then to then just have it happen right away again.
Yeah.
And that's they just don't. And I think that a lot of that is because, Well, unless you are living it yourself,
Mhm.
unless you exactly have that lived experience, you can't share with someone, "Sure, I can teach you how to give him nutrition. I can teach you how to crush medication. I can teach you how to, you know, change, chucks and just, aggressively tuck, and I can change you ho I can show you how to change a bed with
Mhm.
him still in it."
Mhm.
Um, I can't show you how to do this when it's your person 4 times a night
Mhm.
and you've not slept and you don't get breaks.
Yeah.
There are no PCAs.
Mhm.
And there are no, "Well, what if he starts to cough?" And what I mean, there is this actually 30 degrees? Can somebody please get one of those things from geometry and tell me if this bed is at 30 degrees because he needs to be at 30 degrees.
Yeah.
And those kind all of that, they don't because they can't.
Mhm.
And, they can give you logistics if you ask for it. They're not gonna share it. Ooh, another side tip. If you are in the hospital, anything that comes into that hospital room, take it with you. Snag it. Take it home
Mm.
because they have to throw it away.
Mm.
So if you have extra chucks, extra, basins, extra anything, no matter what supply comes into that room, take it with you.
Mm.
You will need it, and if you don't need it, you can maybe share it with somebody else or whatever because the bottom line, you're paying for it.
Yeah.
You are paying for it. So you take everything.
Mm.
And if you make really good friends with a nurse or a PCA, the PCA's a little bit better because they don't have as much,
Yeah.
they get away with a little bit more, I think. See if they can't just put together a little goodie bag for you.
Mhm.
Just a little bit of good, like, look, I got it. Just, and they will.
Mm.
They will help you out.
Mhm.
And so, but that's the thing. My daughter started saying, look, take everything.
Yeah.
Take everything. Because it was COVID, every time we would go into a new room, we would go back to the hospital, I would ask for a fan in the room because it would, just try to keep the air circulating in his room.
Mhm.
They have to give you a brand new fan.
Wow.
So we came home with like 6 fans.
What?
And so I'm like, because every time I'm like, "Can we please have a fan?" Yeah. So
Wow.
yeah. And because it's just all part of it. And so once you kind of learn those little tips,
Mhm.
but somebody has to tell you. Somebody has to tell you that stuff,
Mm.
and that's somebody with lived experience.
Yeah.
That's somebody who's been there, who's done it, and that's and it kinda and if that's inspirational, then yay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
then good.
Right.
It's something I didn't know. Nobody told me that had lived experience. That was my daughter who was in medicine, and, she's like, "Snag it." So now I tell everybody the same thing,
Mhm.
and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I would have never thought about that." And I'm like, "I know, but
Yeah.
please take it."
Yeah.
And,
That's a
because
great
you're already paying for it,
Yeah.
so you may as well.
That's a great tip. So I wanna be respectful of your time, but we are just shy of 3 hours, and man, there's so much left to talk about. Are we good to keep going?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I love nothing more. You talk about stories. Every report card I ever got, everyone, all the way through high school. She is the sweetest little girl up to she is a lovely, lovely little girl.
Yeah.
She just talks too much. She just talks too much. And so I'm like,
Yeah.
all right, that's fine.
Yeah. Um, let's see. If you did it over again, knowing what you know now, what would you have done differently?
If I did what over again?
If you went through what you did, what you went through in the hospital and all that, what would you have done differently knowing what you know now?
I think that I would have been more purposeful in my advocating.
Mm.
I advocated for Taylor, and I gained a lot of ground
Mhm.
with that, and I got a lot of information, and I got a lot of help with that by asking the questions and all of that. But I would have just been uh more specific
Mhm.
and not aggressive at all, but just maybe a little bit more assertive.
Mm.
Just not I got caught up with the, "But I just don't know."
Mm.
I got overwhelmed. I got overwhelmed with this, and I alluded to this before in chatting prior to the podcast, is that you find yourself sitting in this giant, stock pot of overwhelmed soup,
Mhm.
and you're just barely keeping your head above water there, and you're losing the strength to even tread, and you're just trying to keep your head up, and there's no clear ladder that's gonna in there for you,
Mhm.
no clear way to get out of this overwhelm,
Mhm.
and that that can cause you to really begin to sort of, turn inward and isolate.
Mhm.
And, and you can be so easily overwhelmed by the overwhelm. You can be overwhelmed by the sadness. You can be overwhelmed by this the grief. This is my now. This is my future. Whatever I thought was going to be in front of me is not now.
Yeah.
So that in and of itself, any of that can be super overwhelming.
Mhm.
Um, I would have been I think if I were put in the situation again, or if I had it to do over again, I would be more, um, direct with things, and I would have asked for help sooner.
Mm.
I would have looked for someone who knew something,
Mhm.
who has because if I would have just thought about it, I would have known. Obviously, we weren't the first people. If
Mhm.
we're not the first family to have dealt with something like this,
Mhm.
I would have said, "Who can I talk to? Who
Mhm.
can I talk to that's done this already, that can give me some sound advice, can tell me what to do here? I don't know what to do. I need somebody who's been there." So I
Mhm.
would have asked for help sooner, and I would have advocated more specifically.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because, like, I that's awesome that you put that ownership on yourself, but man, is that a failure within the medical system for them not to link you up with that, you know?
And again, I've said it many times, it's a very broken system.
Yeah.
Um, the medical system is so busy doing so many things,
Mhm.
and at the end of the day, we're still just dealing with humans,
Yeah.
and, and different in any industry that you're in, there's different levels of passion, there's different levels of what is your work ethic,
Yeah.
there's different levels of all of those kinds of things, which at the end of the day can make it a broken system, but also there's not all the systems and procedures and all of those things that are in place, and what works for one person doesn't work for the next,
Sure.
and so, there's a lot of those idiosyncrasies that are in there too, but, one of the things that I am really trying to work on is little that little gap, that little, failure, if you wanna say, that little emptiness that doesn't exist.
Mhm.
It doesn't exist, and so if I can help to sort of bring that more to the forefront, help it become more of a, "Here's what you really need to know.
Mhm.
Here is what don't give me the, colored tabs that have all of this no nonsense, not for me information.
Mhm.
Tell me what I really need to know."
Yeah.
Because you know what? When you come home, there is so much. Give me a realistic list
Mhm.
of not just the medical things,
Mhm.
not just the details about the medical care, but details of life going on.
Mhm.
Life is going to continue when you go home.
Mhm.
And one of the other things is once you kind of leave, what you do leave, literally leave the hospital, that care and concern that the outside world kind of has for you, there is sort of a collective sigh of relief. They're like, "Well, phew, he's home.
Mm.
Now I can, maybe let down a little bit of my I don't need to check in quite so much now.
Mhm.
I don't need to check in quite so much now. And then you get just kind of well, you do your thing. You do your life.
Mhm.
And not to forget that this person that was checking in on you, all of a sudden, very possibly there's a crisis in their life
Mhm.
that's taking all of their energy. It's not that they're not now paying attention to you, it's that they're trying to survive and figure that out over there.
Yeah.
And that's happening time and time again, with all the families and there's or all of the joy that comes along with it. They're concentrating on their children graduating and taking college visits or getting married or getting the job and or becoming grandparents and or any of the buying a new house. I mean, there's so many things that you're doing as you're just living
Mhm.
that all of a sudden, if people can check back in every once in a while, that's great. Also, got to say, it's not a bad thing once you're home, not having to sort of get back with everybody on everything because it allows me to stay hyper focused and busy with at home because when I came home, it wasn't just Taylor. I have a husband.
Mhm.
I have a family. I mean, we at least were, at this empty nester standpoint, but I have and I have a home that needs to be taken care of.
Mhm.
I have a daughter and a son-in-law, and I have a sister and a brother and a grandchild. I have a mother.
Mhm.
I have an aunt and uncle over here. I have another aunt over here. I've got other things in my world too that need my attention.
Mhm.
Not to mention, I have me.
Yeah.
I needed attention, not attention, but
Yeah.
I needed to pay attention to me as well.
Mhm.
Because as the caregiver, it's it's the whole, if you go down, the whole ship goes down
Mhm.
because you're the knower of all things.
Mhm.
I know all the details of everything.
Mhm.
And a lot of that just happens organically for me. I just take care of it. I just do it.
Mhm.
And a lot of that's just a mom. It's just what moms do.
Mhm.
They just do.
Yeah.
And while other people fumble around with it, moms just do. Well, as a caregiver, you just do.
Mhm.
And so you have to protect that as well. And the difference is in this kind of a case, you've got to write it down.
Mhm.
You have to write it down because the other part of caregiving, what happens when you're not here?
Mm. Yeah.
What happens when you aren't the person taking care of Taylor?
Yeah.
What happens if something happens to you?
Mm.
Let's just say you break a leg.
Mhm.
I'm not even talking giant thing. I'm talking what happens if I break a leg,
Yeah.
that certainly prevents me from lifting Taylor now and transferring him. It prevents me from doing a lot of things for a long time. If you have a minor surgery, I recently had some outpatient stuff done, I wasn't allowed to lift Taylor.
Mhm.
So my husband had to really step in and help in a lot of ways that he didn't have to before.
Mhm.
And or say, "Oh, but did you do this? Did you remember to do that?" There are just different little things that you do as a caregiver that you don't announce
Mm.
that you're doing, you just do it. But if all of a sudden it's not being done, you're like, "Oh, did you do that?" And so it's getting that information down, but it's also providing a vehicle to write that stuff down.
Mhm.
There's this, the big thing right now is to get all of your stuff in the fireproof cases of all of your
Yeah.
tax info, all the passwords, all that kind of business. And it's really this is no different. You need something specifically for your person
Mm.
that's in place so that if there's a reason you aren't able, let's just say you'd like to maybe sleep.
Mm.
Let's just say you'd like to take a nap or maybe sleep all the way through the night or something like that. There are details other people need to know.
Yeah.
So never mind if you're gonna go away.
Mhm.
If you're gonna try to go away,
Yeah.
that's another whole thing.
Yeah. Um, Talk to me about a typical day for you. Like
Right, Zach, buckle
today.
up.
Yeah, right? Let's go.
Okay. Phew, you were worried about this being 3 hours.
Mm-mm.
That's
Yeah.
um, well, typical day when I first came home with Taylor, and I will say this is how it evolves over time, I will say. things do change.
Mhm.
Things do change, and they do improve.
Mhm.
The hope is that they improve. Um, I set my alarm, and Taylor, when I felt like he was asleep for the night, whatever time that was, I would set my alarm for every 2 hours after that,
Mm.
and I would check on him every 2 hours because that is how they do it in the hospitals, right?
Mhm.
So every 2 hours, there's a check-in on you unless there's an emergent situation, the nurse shows up every 2 hours-ish, that's kind of the way that works. So I'm like, "Okay." So based on that, I will check in on him every 2 hours.
Mhm.
For me, it was to do the whole lay my hand on his chest, "Do you feel it rising?"
Mm.
Because he would be so still. I'd be like, I couldn't really see him breathe sometimes, so I'd be like, "I just gotta lay my hand on his chest," and sometimes he would be so still, I'd do the same thing I did when he was a baby. I'd just be like, move him, and then that would create this startle effect, and then I'd be like, "I'm so sorry, but I just need to make sure you were alive."
Mhm.
And, so I did that every 2 hours. Now, Taylor didn't need that.
Mhm.
I did.
Mhm.
So that was my system. It's not sustainable.
Right.
And so but I did it for good 2 good 2 years. I did
Wow.
it for every 2 hours, every night. And, then I decided I could probably spread it out just a little bit.
Mhm.
Now, I get up still 1 time in the night, every night, just to go in, and can honestly say, to make sure he's alive.
Yeah.
But the other thing that really became very important is to make sure that condom catheter didn't come off
Mhm.
because super no fun to have that condom catheter come off. Well, if it comes off, that doesn't stop him from still going to the bathroom,
Mhm.
and then he's covered in urine
Mm.
and potentially the floor
Mm.
because the condom catheter came off and now it's laying on the floor, and everything that was in that tube is now all over the floor.
Oh.
Carpet. So I was like, "Well, I just need to make sure nothing's happened and or it has worked its way through, but for a very long time, his bowels were not under any level of control."
Mhm.
So, I was cleaning him up no different than when he was an infant, and I hate to keep making that comparison, but the reality is when you have them when they're little, or if you're just taking care of your babysitting, if you're just taking care of somebody's baby or whatever, a child, you don't leave them in a dirty diaper.
Mhm.
I wasn't gonna let him go to the bathroom and let him lay there like that.
Mhm.
Number 1, A, that's gross. B, it's wrong. And C, I'm concerned about
Yeah.
wounds, skin care,
Mhm.
because he's not moving much.
Yeah.
He's spending more time laying in a bed than anything. So now I'm very concerned about his skin. And the last thing I'm gonna do is have there be a wound on his skin, and now he's laying in that.
Mm.
And so I was super hyper concerned about that,
Mm.
and that gets better, for us, it got better over time, and so now it allows me to check on him once a night.
Yeah.
More for me than for him, but that's good.
How
Um,
much does he move in his sleep?
he doesn't really move
Yeah.
now in his sleep. A lot of his spasticity is controlled by medication and has really eased over time too.
Mhm.
Before it was pretty complex,
Mhm.
and a lot, very, very hard to control for him.
Mhm.
Oftentimes, you couldn't tell if he was having a seizure or not having a seizure.
Mhm.
Yeah, got jacked in the jaw more than once,
Mm.
by no fault of his own, but just because his hand came in contact with me, or he would headbutt you,
Yeah.
and that would, and bless his heart, he knew he did it.
Yeah.
That's the worst part of it.
Yeah.
He had enough awareness to know, and you could see the sadness in his eyes, and sometimes he would say, "I'm sorry."
Uh.
And then you say, "Honey," and that's where I stopped saying, "It's okay," because the reality is it's not.
Mm.
For him, it wasn't okay.
Mm.
He did it, unintentionally. He didn't mean to do it. He said, "I'm sorry." That was a very kind, sweet thing for him to say, so I would just say in return, "This is what a family does."
Mm.
That's unconditional love.
Mhm.
Unconditional love, but if you do it again, I'm gonna clock you. So yeah, and so I would just try to turn it around, again, and then you'd get a little smirk out of him or something like that, or eventually it would turn to his eye rolls.
Mhm.
So, now he rolls his eyes a lot at me. So that, but that is that. Remind me of your question again. I got off topic.
So it was typical day.
Typical day, right? Okay, so, that was say it has improved overnight, so or over time, because what we do now, there's a lot more. When we first came home, we had a lot of home healthcare,
Mm,
and it was also COVID,
mhm,
so everything was happening at home. A typical day right now, though, so we may as well just talk about right now,
mhm.
is, with Taylor's brain injury, he has to sleep. Um, we have to let his brain rest for about, g at minimum 10 hours.
Wow.
Most hopefully, it's more, 12, 13, 14 hours to let that brain rest. There's also a lot of recovery that happens when you're sleeping.
Mhm,
So for his brain, because we ask so much of it during the day, it's very important that it has a chance to rest overnight. So a typical evening is we will lay and he's generally speaking very grateful to be able just to go in his room and just rest
mm,
because, he's hanging out with his mom and dad all day, every day. Not well, I mean, we have lots of things we do, but he's still coming back home with his mom and dad, probably not on his bucket list, right?
yeah.
And so we're hanging out and finally say, "Would you just like to chill in your room and watch a movie?" Or maybe you'd like to watch, the next game. Last night, the Argentina game was coming on, and so would you like just to watch it in your own room? It's like, "Mhm." So, we get him hanging out in bed, which is, it's a process. You gotta put him in bed, you gotta get him ready for bed, you gotta get his nutrition ready to go because he's continuously fed overnight.
Mhm,
Um, and then, go ahead and give him his medications, they're around 8 o'clock, but around there. Give it to him, and then he can just chill.
mhm,
Then we close the door we've got a monitor, but we we can close the door so he's in his own room, watching his own TV, watching what he wants or what he chose. Then that allows him to sleep and or rest, and he really does, until, it would be about 10 this morning.
mhm,
And so between 10 and anywhere between 9:30 and 10:30, I start to get him up. Now I have to get him dressed in the morning. So I get him dressed and, cleaned up, get him dressed when he's in bed, and then get his braces, his socks, his shoes on, and then help him to sit up. And then he sits bedside just for a few minutes to make sure he's not dizzy and because he's been laying down for, 12 hours. So he sits bedside for just a minute. And then I say, "Are you ready? Let's go. We're gonna stand up." And so, 1, 2, 3, stand up on 4, and up he goes. And then we go through the process of standing because we're working on core strength. We're working on trunk control. What does your body need to look like,
mhm,
to support that? We've got a mirror to my right, his left, so that he can see himself. I'm like, look at yourself in the mirror. What do you need to correct?
mm,
And I have, sentence strips. Used to be a school teacher. Sentence strips with what he needs to remember on there because the other part about brain injury is he's lost his short term memory.
mm,
So, the reminders are key, repetition is key. So, we've got those there so that, he can remember to do that, and then he will organize himself. If he's struggling, I will remind him what he needs to do, and then I'll say, "Okay," and I have a what they call a pivot disc, which lets him stand on it, and it literally rotates like a lazy Susan
mm,
that you stand on, and then I can just turn him around. His wheelchair is right there, and then it can just turn him around and sit him down.
mm,
He's doing really well with, taking steps, and now he can learn to take a step forward or sideways to try to get him to take the steps to then sit down on his own too, and so now I play this trick of having his wheelchair out a little bit further, and you've gotta, like, take some steps to get to that. The trick is, though, he does have carpet in his room, so his foot drags on the carpet. It's a little bit harder to take a step on carpet than it does on tile
mm,
because you've got the pile there makes it a little bit more challenging.
mhm,
Um, But, then we sit down and then turn him around, and I've got a great big circular mirror there for him, and we start the process of just daily activities, right? This is what you do to get dressed. I give him a face wipe, wipe off your face. The deodorant, we just go through the whole things. Now, he can, and just this last Christmas, his sister and sister and brother-in-law bought him an electric toothbrush
Mm.
so that he could brush his own teeth and hold and control an
Mhm.
electric toothbrush.
Mhm.
This was the first he was able to do that. So, he didn't have the ability to actually control that or hang on to it
Mm.
before, and so that was something we had been working on. So now he brushes his teeth, and, I bring out T-shirts and give him the sometimes I give him the option, sometimes I know exactly what he's gonna choose, so and sometimes I'm just like, "We're short on time, this is what we're choosing."
Yeah.
And so, "This is what we're putting on, does this work for you?" And yeah, so, put his shirt on, and then I let him put it on, then I say, "Now remember, you gotta get it past your elbows. Get
R
it past your elbows, up and over your head."
Real quick, I wanna go back to brushing teeth.
Mhm,
So I think what I heard you say earlier was that he's fed
mhm,
through, like, probably a tube.
yeah.
It's not through his mouth.
No, no.
And so then going to brushing teeth, is there a concern with, like, I know you're not supposed to swallow toothpaste or whatever else, like, is there a concern about choking on that or anything like that?
Well, that's a fantastic question because one of the first things we had to do with Taylor is he had to learn how to, cough so that it was productive,
Ah,
so that you don't aspirate.
yeah.
That's exactly what you're trying to avoid is aspiration. So, you can get water down there. Anything else is poses a risk for infection,
Yeah,
right, in your
yeah.
lungs. So we have a cough assist machine
Oh,
that we use with another piece of medical equipment that, through his pulmonologist, we have a whole bunch of ists.
yeah,
Lot of ists.
of course.
And, so his pulmonologist, got us connected with a cough assist machine, which was something that we came home, from the hospital with and or was there for us so that we could go about the process of helping him to learn and train those muscles to reactively, cough
Mm.
and sort of reflexively, re is that a word?
Sure.
Sure, yeah, oh, sorry about that, I was a school teacher, but we didn't use that in 1st grade, but,
Yeah.
that to help to generate that reflex of coughing, to initiate it, that's what you want,
Mhm.
and so he actually can now, we just did it until now we don't have to use that. That was you talk about it, that was a win. That was a huge crossover when we were finally like, "I don't think we need to use this anymore." He can definitely cough on his own when he feels like he needs to,
Yeah.
and it's productive enough that if he begins to swallow something, it's no different than us. We say it goes down the wrong tube
Ah.
and you productively cough until it comes up and then goes down the right tube
Mm.
or you cough it out or, whatever it might be. So that is the process that we went through. I never gave Taylor a toothbrush with toothpaste on it on his own
Mm.
when I was concerned about that,
Mhm.
but we started the process of learning to brush his teeth with just water.
Yeah.
So I still was going through the motions. He still needed to learn how to do this, activity of daily living.
Yeah.
Um, it was still important that he learn how to do it, and then I would brush his teeth, and we have a suction machine.
Oh.
Also very, very important. Had that from the beginning because it was before it was a survival kind of thing because when he was laying down, again, with being fed continuously like that, you have to be at this 30-degree angle so you don't aspirate. Sometimes, though, things happen. Sometimes it's just like a mucus plug kind of a thing that gets caught, and he will start to cough, and that's all constricted and restricted, and he begins to suffocate. So you get that suction in there, and then it just pulls that out. And so another reason I was up every 2 hours, just this fear was monumental.
Mm.
And so now what we do with that though, allergy season, he gets allergies just like everybody else does. They're terrible. So we can get all that. He can't always bring all that, snot up. So rather than getting hung up on it, we suck it out. Or I can give him that because he knows, whoop, sorry, he knows where it is, and so he can use the suction to get that out. After he brushes his teeth in the morning, I give him a cup, he spits into the cup as much as he can. He's also had to learn how to spit again. That's been a little fun.
Mm.
And so to spit again, and then I give him the suction wand to get anything else that might be in there out.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. Okay, so back to typical day.
So we go through all of those, get ready things, give him a brush, let him brush his own hair, decide if he wants to wear a ball hat or not. And then in the middle of all of that, while he's doing those kinds of things, I'm stripping the bed, I'm wiping the bed down, I'm remaking the bed if I have time.
Mhm.
I'm getting the nutrition down, taking and throwing that away. If there's garbage you need to empty, you empty the garbage. Uh, just getting all the medication ready for the day, that if you're going to be gone when his 2 o'clock medication is due, or if you're gonna be gone, like the other day, well, Friday, we went to the FC game, so but based on what our activities were for the day, I needed to have his 2 o'clock medicine with me and his 8 o'clock medicine with me, so I needed to prep that for the day. We
Mhm.
have a service dog. I needed to make sure that I had the service dog's dinner with me. I need
Mhm.
to so you just begin to sort of prep everything. If I didn't have time to get that all prepped in the morning because, people are like, "Well, if you didn't get up till 10, what are you doing?" Well, that's when I'm making appointments. That's when I'm rescheduling appointments. That's when I'm doing laundry,
Mm.
because we probably do in a day at least 4 or 5 loads of laundry a day.
Whoa.
And so between all the linens and the towels and the everything,
Mhm.
plus just laundry, right?
Mhm.
And so there's all of that. So I'm working on all of that, folding things, general cleanup, just
Mhm.
plus now with just in time adaptive wellness, I've got everything that I'm doing. I use that as work time.
Mhm.
And so that's, I get up very early. I try to use all my early hours, and people are like, "Oh my gosh, you texted me at 5:30 or you sent this email at 5:45." Well, I mean, I was up.
Yeah,
And so, I was doing things. That's when I have time to do it.
yeah.
And so that's when I'm doing all of that. But then we get going, and if we're getting going to leave, then we get going to leave to his first, on Thursdays, music therapy is at 11.
Mm.
And then after music therapy, we go to, Outbounder, virtual reality
Mm.
and therapy. And then Fridays, he has adaptive fitness, followed by stretch lab, followed by the FC game. On Mondays and Wednesdays, I have somebody that actually comes to the home, and she's there for 5 hours. And for the purpose of having another face in front of Taylor, because I am literally everything, all things to him
Mhm.
all day.
Mhm.
He is 35 years old,
Mhm.
doing one more thing with me, not on his bucket list.
Right.
I am for sure. I recognize that.
Mm.
He needs to see somebody else. He needs to pay attention to somebody else and interact with
Mhm.
somebody else to do anything with. So during that time, we have an extraordinary person that comes in, and she hangs out with him and she doesn't just hang out. I mean, she does a million different things with him. Um, that are therapy like, and really uses his time well. She takes very good care of him. She doesn't take physical care of him in that respect, but because she's just really little, there's no way she could pick him up.
Mhm.
And but she takes care of him in a million other ways, and does a lot of things, and they have a great time. We adore her. So,
Mm.
and then Wednesdays, Tuesdays, well, like this Tuesday, we have an appointment in Columbus. So he goes to see his brain specialist in Columbus. So we'll take a trip up to Columbus to do that.
Yeah. Interesting.
So the days are very busy, and then, we come back, we try to let the evenings be downtime,
Yeah.
just really downtime, and there's you have to factor in showers
Mm.
every so often too. That's a two-person job, and getting him in and out and all of that, so you've gotta factor that in, um, and then there's of all and during that time when when our friend is there with him on Monday, Jo is her name, when she's there on Monday and Wednesdays, that allows me to do now things for just-in-time adaptive wellness. It allows me to go to the one family that I'm helping,
Mhm.
still from my other business. So just-in-time lifestyle management just shifted to just-in-time adaptive wellness
Mm.
because the fundamental basis is I probably showed up or this information probably is showing up just in time.
Mhm.
So it was an easy sort of crossover. The sentiment is still the same. Before you lost your ever loving mind,
Yeah.
too big for the business card, but it's the same principle. Um, so anyhow, and it allows me to meet with people and do things for this, and or allows me to do just more things at home
Mm.
that need to be done. At some point, you have to go pick up prescriptions. At some point, you have to go do a post office. You have to do a million different things. Your life goes on.
Mhm.
Your life just, I mean, it stops, but it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
So
How, how did you and your husband or rather, can you walk me through the transition that you and your husband had to make from, just carrying on with your lives to now having to take care of Taylor?
that is, wow, that's huge. Because obviously everybody handles, and I'll just use the term grief
Mhm.
because it's something people can relate to. Everybody handles grief in a very different way.
Mhm.
Everybody handles happenstance or happenings in a very, different way. How you approach it or how you react to it, respond to it, um, differently. And and what can happen in that kind of a situation is you begin to act very independently.
Mhm.
Um, because because it was COVID, and my world stopped completely. I completely stopped everything that I was doing and, to focus on this. So I was the one going to the hospital every single day after he came to LTAC, then after he was out of ICU, then I'm the one going every day. And on the weekends, it changed a little bit, but I was the one going to the hospital every day, spending the time. I mean, it got to a point where I was allowed to be there for like 8 hours and those kinds. So I would get up, I would go, stay all day, and then I would, come home when they kicked me out. I literally didn't leave until I was kicked out every single day.
Mm.
And so for us, and I can only speak about us, of course, is we began to operate very independently,
Mm.
and the exhaustion side was monumental.
Yeah.
So tired that, you just had to sort of and for us, we had been, married a long time, so you just I guess I just believed he was okay,
Mm.
and he believed I was okay, and what we were doing is we were just doing what we needed to do. Our relationship was not the concern.
Mhm.
Our concern was our son,
Mm.
and what that meant. So we really couldn't focus on anything else. Having to move into this place, the whole packing of the other whole home, and that he did all of it.
Mm.
And we hired some friend of ours, her son got some, molar boys and came over and were like, "Look, for pizza and, donuts and, 12 cases of Coca-Cola and $10 each, would you please help move these boxes?" Something.
Yeah.
And, so, we had help like that, but, the, just getting that, he took care of all of that. We would meet at the end of the night. We would try to meet at I would after I left it wherever I was, I would come and we would try to meet to have dinner.
Mm.
And, where just wherever that would be, where do you wanna go? And we spent a lot of time at Bucks, and which in, the Mainville area, Landon, and I ate for whatever I just really couldn't eat very well, and so I began to sort of live off of potato skins,
Mm.
and so that was the only thing that I could actually sustain or eat and be okay with, but, the, we we did try to connect at least at dinner.
Mm.
Our only conversations were medical.
Mm.
That's all we talked about was the current state of what was going on and what's gonna happen next.
Mhm.
And then you get home, we get home and we start this process of just trying to live. I will say it took us I'm gonna say it took us 3 years to really get back to a place where, um maybe even a little bit longer,
Wow.
really even get back to a place where we could say, "We we have to put a little bit of attention on our relationship."
Mhm.
Um, I know that they say that things like this either make you or break you,
Yeah.
and I don't know that it did either for us.
Mm.
It didn't break us.
Yeah.
It didn't make us.
Mm.
We were, I mean, come on, we had been married at that point, what, 5 years ago, so 34 years at that point. If we were gonna make or break, it probably would have already happened. And there was opportunity for that to happen. I mean, we were just married, so, I mean, at any point in time, something can break you,
Yeah.
and we just chose for it not to,
Mhm.
and chose to try to work through it. So I guess we didn't really see this a whole lot differently. We're just like, "Well, I mean, we can't really let it break us because, number 1, that's gonna be really expensive."
Mhm.
I mean, where's the other one gonna live? And how
Yeah.
you gonna pay for it?
Yeah.
I mean, because we were losing money hand over fist trying to do this. So, um, there was that side of it is just not really practical.
Mhm.
And there will be a point, and I guess for me, I mean, it's no different than with Taylor. There was gonna be a point where I believed we will need each other and we will be okay because there is another side to this.
Yeah.
There is the other side to this.
Mm.
It is not always going to be this this fight or flight.
Mm.
And we lived fight or flight for a good 3.5 years.
Mhm.
I really want to say in the last year and a half, probably, have we really been able to make this a life of this is our life. Obviously, this is what we're doing, but we are not living in a fight or flight mode.
Mm.
We're not doing that, and he has changed what he is doing and sort of his time and, how I spend my time is a little bit different just with Taylor because it's not as at any point in time, he's not critical. Most of the time, I would say 95% of the time, Taylor's not critical.
Mm.
What I would deem as a critical kind of a situation, he's like super medically stable.
Mhm.
The At any point in time, though, he has a really bad day, and it's very scary because just like that, you're right back into fight or flight. You're right back into, I've been down this road. I know what this looks like. I know what this feels like. And you try not to go down that rabbit hole
Yeah.
again because it's easy to do.
Mm.
It's very easy to do. And but our relationship is not, and our time through this is not any different than any. You got to work at it.
Mhm.
Um, you don't always like each other a lot,
Mhm.
but we never we always loved each other, always still love each other, but, and is he sounds super corny, but it's super corny. It's the Hallmark card. I just would not have wanted to go through this
Mhm.
with anybody else,
Cool.
um, because he was very often the calm to my storm.
Mm.
I am able to be very calm in a lot of situations, but a lot of times I can't. I couldn't. I
Mhm.
c I mean, right now I can't. And he is able to mediate that
Mm.
for me. Freaks out on his own and does it in his own way,
Mhm.
usually with a glass of bourbon. And so, yeah, but for me, I don't I sometimes am not able to settle.
Mm.
And, because whatever I'm thinking, that whole catastrophize, I'm really good at overthinking. I've already overthought it before somebody says, "You're overthinking this." I've already overthought it and thought that's what you were gonna say.
Mhm.
So I'm really good at that. And, so he helps me to sort of bring that back down. We enjoy our Sunday morning breakfasts.
Mhm.
Um, we enjoy just, you're sitting there and you really don't have to speak a word. You just put your hand on his hand on my hand without ever saying a word, and you're just like, "Okay, this was a hard day,
Mhm.
but we got it."
Mm.
So,
I love that. Okay, let's talk about building just-in-time adaptive wellness. I'm just gonna give you the floor. Talk to me about building it and what it is and all that. So,
okay. All right. Phew. I think will we win for, like, the longest podcast ever?
you're actually close. I
Mhm.
think we're at 3 hours 40 minutes, and that's not including, or yeah, that's not including the time we cut out for the break. But we're at 3 hours 40 minutes. I don't. I think I might have had one podcast go over 4 hours, but I don't think so.
Yeah, well, you know
So
what?
we might.
Here's another thing I will tell you, and this has gotten us a little really far. And so this is probably a good time to say this as we lead into just-in-time adaptive wellness and how it came to be. My dad always said, "Whatever you do, just always go the extra mile.
Mm,
Just go, always go the extra mile."
yeah.
Which begs the question, why? I mean, why just not the mile?
Mm,
Why do I have to go extra? Is not a mile long enough?
yeah.
And so, why go the extra mile? To which he would say, "Dana Boo or Holly Boo." You go that extra mile because not many people are there.
Mm, love that.
There's not many people there. So if you go ahead and go that extra mile, it's going to work out for you. There's not going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah.
So go ahead and go that extra mile.
Yeah.
You'll be really glad you did.
I like it.
So that fundamentally is make me really happy that this extra mile is clearly what we're getting ready to move into
Yeah.
with your podcast.
I am curious for anybody watching. If you've made it this far, put it in the comments. I'm very I am curious.
Hey, is it because you're driving to Canada? Or yeah, or to Florida? Or, what?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But anyway, so yeah, just in time adaptive wellness. Again, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, thank you so much, and, I so appreciate all the questions that you've asked, and they're so thoughtful, and, I didn't and so that everyone knows, I was not prepped with any of the questions. I
Yeah.
didn't know. I even asked, "Is there anything I should be prepared for?" And so everything have just sort of been shooting from the hip. The only question I was asked, ahead of time is, "Who are you and what do you like to do,
Yeah.
outside of caregiving?" Which was a great question
Mhm.
because caregiving is what I do. But, so just-in-time adaptive wellness came out of a lot of what we've already gone over, and the time that I had in the hospital with Taylor, watching the system, watching what the system was, watching what the system wasn't, watching what the system needed, anticipating those gaps that,
Mhm.
you talked about initially and we've gone over, anticipating those gaps, and that didn't even really set me up for when we came home, and there is the whole medical side of things that they don't tell you, and I so wanted to sneak this in while we were talking, but then I'm like, "No, you're gonna get to it. We can talk about just in time. Don't say it." And so, but we came home and we did the best that we could to get everything set up. And all the doctor's appointments, all of the medication, all of the equipment, the supplies, where do you put it? How do you make it accessible? Do you have the right this? What do you need for that? And and most often it was, I need this because this situation just happened. but I don't have it.
Mhm.
And so there's the crash to CVS or the can I get it overnight, you know, from Amazon or, you know, what medical supply store is open in these crash moments to get what you need. My personality doesn't do well with, we can probably get it in 2 days.
Mhm.
My personality doesn't work well with that. I am definitely, "Oh, what? It's gonna cost me $2.99 to get it here by 5? Oh, yeah, okay, we'll pay $2.99."
Yeah.
And so because I can have this problem solved
Mhm.
by 5 rather than wait 2 days, and I don't need that because there's going to be more worry piling on. And so, I definitely like to fix problems as quickly as I can. I don't like to hang on to 'em.
Yeah.
Um, but the and this is a standard answer that I have because it is so it 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 resonates so well with people because they're like, "Oh my gosh, it makes so much sense," which is this: in everything that Taylor was trying to navigate, all of the things that he was navigating, you know, medically and with this disability and we didn't even know actually the disabilities that he had. We didn't know what having a brain injury meant.
Mhm.
We didn't really know what that was going to look like because it was going to evolve over time, what he could or couldn't do, and some of it would improve and or maybe some of it wouldn't. We didn't know. Everything had a if he's not doing this by 6 weeks, if he's not doing this by 3 months, and he just kept shattering, you know, all of that. But it didn't make any difference because at the end of all of it, I would look at this kid and I'd be like, "You need a haircut. It doesn't matter what is happening here. Your hair is continuing to grow, and we have to get you a haircut." And not it.
Mm.
I am not a haircut person. I can do lots of things. Cutting hair is not one of them.
Yeah.
I pay somebody a lot of money to cut my hair and, because she does it really well. And the and I kept thinking, "You're a" you know, he was 30 at that time. I'm like, "You're a very handsome 30-year-old man. You need just you need a haircut that belongs on a handsome 30-year-old man."
Mhm.
And after all of this time in the hospital, you know, you can only imagine how disheveled he looked. And, so I then thought, "But this is a problem. I don't know where I can take him.
Mhm.
Where can I take him to get a haircut?" Because, you know, let me Google that. Let's see. Do I Google adaptive, accessible, inclusive, in a wheelchair, mom is, you know, is super neurotic, and, oh, he really can't sit up, and I know you need to try to cut his hair, but he really can't hold his head up, and, you know, send, enter,
Yeah.
and see what populates.
Right.
You know, at which point the computer just explodes because it's like, "This is crazy town." You know, nothing exists. Nothing is popping up
Yeah.
because it doesn't there is nothing in place that you can put those keywords in,
Mhm.
and something's going to come back for you that's helpful.
Yeah.
So then I was like, "I don't even know what to do here." I mean, I just need a simple haircut.
Mm.
I just need that, and I didn't know anybody that I could call. I mean, there's no doctor's office that's going to be call and say, "Hey, do you know where I can take it?" No provider is going to tell you that. There's no social worker that's going to, behind a colored tab, say, "Here's a list of the hair salons you can go to or barbers you can go to that can cut your son's hair."
Mhm.
That's not in that binder of, "Yay, you're going home." Um, I'm not gonna get that information from because I didn't know anybody in my situation.
Mhm.
I knew no one that I could call and say, "Hey, I know that you're in a similar situation. Can you give me, any idea?" I didn't know anybody. So there was literally no one I could call.
Mm.
So I just started looking at what was close because traveling with Taylor, getting him in and out of a car was and we didn't even have a mobility van
Mm.
at the we just had his little Jeep Compass, which was we were putting him in because it was the lowest to the ground, and
Mhm.
I was lifting him and having to, you know, put him in the car, disassemble the wheelchair, put it in the back, get to where you're going, reassemble the wheelchair, put him in it. I mean, you know, it was the biggest production ever, and so I'm like, "Wherever we're going, I just needed to be close." So I found this place, I literally did Google haircuts, hair salons, nearby
Mhm.
or near me or whatever I put in there, and this Lady Jane's for men popped up, and it was, 5 minutes, and I'm like, "Huh, alright, let's just call."
Mm.
So I called the girl that answered the phone. I said I went down my, litany of this is what I need, this is what I'm hoping for, this is what I'd like to accomplish, and this poor girl, she, bless her heart. I mean, she was truly just put there, and she's like, "Okay, when can you be here?"
Cool.
And I'm like, well, it's gonna take us a minute, but we'll be there." And so we got there, and I was so full of emotion, positive emotion, and scared to death too, because this was my first foray into something like this, and I didn't know if I was doing it right, if this is okay to do. Is it okay to take him into public?
Mm.
Is it okay to go into a place like this? Is it safe for him, physically, medically? Is it safe for him to be in here? What about the germs? What about, everything? And so, we went in, and this Shelby, precious person, um, just greets us and says hi, and she's like, "Hi, Taylor." And so first of all, it was accessible because I was able to park in a handicap spot, get out, assemble, get in, go straight in through the door that, open. She, held the door open for me, and because I couldn't do both, and which is a yoga feat because I've done that more than one time on my own. And so we get in. She's like, "Hey, Taylor." And I'm like, "So, this is Taylor, would just like to get a handsome haircut
Mm.
for him." And she's like, "Sure." So, we just go back, and she moves the chair that she has, just scoots it over. It's instantly adaptive.
Mhm.
And everybody around him sitting in a wheelchair or sitting in a regular chair getting a haircut, completely inclusive.
Mhm.
I go back out and sit in they had, like, sports chairs, so I could choose either from Bengals or UC or something like that, so I sat in the UC chair and, waited for him to come back out, and I'm wiping tears away because I'm like, "I can't believe this is happening.
Mm.
I can't believe this is happening." And it was one of those kind of I'm caught between, "I can't believe this is happening, good and bad."
Mhm.
And then all of a sudden, out comes Taylor. His hair's cut, it's combed, he's got product in his hair. And I just couldn't control
Mm.
the tears. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen, and
Mhm.
in that moment, I again said, "This is possible.
Mhm.
This is possible. We can do this." And I hugged Shelby, and I'm just like, "You don't even know the gift that you have given here. This is you just answered the phone. That's all you did, and just understand. Please know at the end of your day today the good that you did here."
Mhm.
And, back home we went, and I started a process then of what are all the things that are going to have to happen that are just like getting a haircut,
Mhm.
that are going to help Taylor's thriving,
Mm.
that's gonna help his recovery, maybe not his not focused on the OT, the PT, the speech, not those kinds of things, but his mental
Mm.
wellness. What's going to help on his confidence? What's going to help him to remember what it's like to not be in a hospital room, to not be in a clinic?
Mhm.
What is this world about? What's it gonna be like not to be in his bedroom, which was full of everything wonderful and Taylor and memories and things like that, and but it still has a hospital flair,
Mm.
There's still a cough assist, there's still an IV pole, there's still, a bed that's, all of that kind of a thing, but going out of the house to get a haircut, that's just what you do
Mhm.
because you need a haircut, not because you have a disability.
Mhm.
And so that right there was like, okay, so I need to figure this out so that when we go places to do things to help Taylor, I want him to be there for the reason that we're there, not because he has a disability. When
Mm,
he looks left and right at everybody doing the same thing that he's doing, he knows he's there to get a haircut, not because he has a disability.
yeah.
And so it just seems so perfect to me that this happened when? Just in time. It literally happened just in time. I mean, quite honestly. And so from that, I just began to look into the different parts and pieces of what life could be like to supplement his recovery,
Mhm.
to supplement his getting better, to supplement his sort of assimilating back into the world as COVID was now beginning. Things were opening back up,
Mhm.
and obviously we went into this, haircut place, and so things are opening back up, and bit by bit, and we could do things. And what's it going to look like to help him to remember? But again, I'm charged with creating these neural pathways, this, developing this neuroplasticity so that he can understand the world around him. I mean, it was going into the kitchen and saying, "These are the things you find in a kitchen,"
Mhm.
to help him remember what's in a kitchen. This is what ooh, so sorry. This told you I was animated. Um, these are the things that are in a living room. These are the things that are at a gas station.
Mhm.
These are the things you find in a hair salon. These are the things you find in a restaurant.
Mhm.
All of that. So it was just that process, and then one by one, um, I'm I'm like, "Well, I just need to find businesses that are gonna work with me that can do this because there's a lot of people that can benefit from this,"
Mm.
because as it turns out, disability is more than in Milford.
Mhm.
And so there are lots of people, lots of places that could benefit from these kinds of things, I think.
Mm.
I think. I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know. Didn't know what I didn't know. So it was the same concept all over again. I didn't know what to be afraid of. I had nothing to lose and everything to gain. Let's just go for it. Let's just start asking and seeing what is possible. And so that started. We started with that. I connect. I'm like, I think massage would be great.
Mhm.
I think massage would be really great for him, for his muscles to help with the tone, to help with just calm and the circulation and all of that. Well, I found a massage therapist who was down at UC, and and through their integrative medicine department, and so I was initially taking him down to see her, and so we'd go all the way down. But there is a bit of relaxation that is lost when you're still going into a hospital.
Mhm.
We're still going into the same building where doctors are.
Mm.
There's still all of the clinical all around you. It just happens to be you go into a room to get a massage. And I asked her one day, I said, "Have you ever thought about, would you be willing to maybe come to our home?
Mhm.
I mean, if I have to buy a massage table, I will." And she's like, "Well, as it turns out, I'm actually kinda going out on my own anyway."
Mm.
And so and Taylor doesn't have to get out of bed.
Mm.
I can he doesn't actually have to get out of bed. In fact, when we first started going to her, the transfer was so challenging, for for us with him that, she just would do what she could with him in his wheelchair.
Mhm.
And he got a great benefit from that. And, so then she started coming to our home, and she would, do a massage for Taylor with him out ever getting out of his bed.
Mhm.
and it was so helpful for him and so calming and so relaxing, and the bonus is she had a massage table. She would bring it with her. Taylor was safe in his bed, so she would set that up in our bedroom, and I would get a massage.
Mm,
Enter caregiver wellness.
mhm,
And so, again, I'm just like, "This is amazing. This is" so I began to talk about this idea with her,
mm,
and she's like, "You need to do this.
mhm,
You need to do this." And so I'm like, "Do you think it'll even work? I mean, do you even think it's a" and she's like, "Oh, I think you need to do it. Just, and she says, "What have you got to lose?" "Well, nothing, because you're still gonna come here." I mean, so if it flops, I'm still getting a massage. And so, I mean, that's fine. So, it started with that, and then I took my idea. I knew Danny Meyer, and because we had already started, doing some things with Taylor with the bridge
mhm.
and with soccer, with CP soccer.
Yep.
And, so with Chrissy Heinrich, so, we knew we met her and, Mimi, and so, did you get a chance to meet Mimi?
Yeah.
So I invited, Mimi and Danny over and, to our condo, and I said, "I'm going to pitch this to you,
Mhm,
and tell me what you think, and let me if it's a bad idea, tell me it's a bad idea. I trust you."
mhm.
Um, and they were both like, "Do this.
Yes.
Do this. This is on the other side of the bridge.
Mhm,
This is the bridge, and then this is right here.
mhm,
And so please do this." I took my same idea to May We Help because I knew the folks in charge of May We Help because they had helped us with a thing for I was a runner, and so they helped us with a bicycle
mhm,
that I would push Taylor.
mhm.
I would run behind Taylor, and he had a hand cycle, which was something we did with the bridge. So another whole podcast, right?
Yeah.
And so, but anyhow, I took my idea to the then executive director and explained it to him, and he's like, "This is genius. Please do this."
Mm,
And so with what I felt like was their blessing, and both said, "Let us know how we can help you. We are here to support you. Just let us know." I was pretty pumped.
mm,
And so then I shared my idea with my sister. And then we shared that idea with another friend of ours who lives in DC, and they were both like, Let's do this.
mm,
We will help you as best we can." So I meet with them every Wednesday morning on a Zoom, and have for p- close to 2 years, but officially launched a year and a half ago, March 11th, which is my dad's birthday. And so anyway, we with all of that blessing, I just felt like I needed to move forward, and brings us to today, where I have over 20 partners that I call them, which are various businesses in the community that are all you have to be are three things: adaptive, accessible, and inclusive.
mm,
And that's actually very easy to be.
mhm,
And a lot of places are already that, just by design, they are that, and if they're not that, I have found that many businesses are like, "Oh, well, we can make it that way."
mhm,
And I've also developed another type of a business in the middle of this that's like, if you aren't that, I can help you to know how to be. If you are interested in becoming accessible and adaptive and inclusive, I can help you with that, because then all of a sudden one of the things that you can put in your marketing is that you are accessible, you are adaptive, you are inclusive business. And that will speak volumes to a lot of people who are just wondering. In fact, it may stop the search for them
mhm,
if all of a sudden they see that this is what you are. Because they're like, "Oh, well, we don't have to really look anyplace else because that solves our problem right there."
mhm,
And then, so and and these are places that, and if I can just share, I actually have a list because like I said, I was scared to death I would leave somebody out. But I mean, we have things like adaptive hair services, the mobile massage, adaptive yoga. So, Taylor took yoga at a yoga studio. We went to a yoga studio and he went in and along with, another person, they did
Sh
adaptive yoga.
so real quick, I see that list pretty long.
Yeah, over
Let's
20.
do this if you don't mind.
Yeah.
We can direct them to
Oh,
your
to our
website.
website? Great idea.
I'll have it in the comments, and, like, if somebody wants to dive into, like, what all you do, what businesses you connect with, they can all go there. I don't think,
Right.
somebody listening would wanna
Like,
hear
hear me just read down. I'm
just
so
a
excited.
rattle
Why
off the
not? I'm
list.
so excited about this list. But here's what I will tell you. Everything that's on the list, it is not on the list because it has a disability connection.
Yeah.
It is on the list because it is a piece of wellness
Mhm.
that makes life easier and more manageable, and if you are on this side as either an individual with a
Mhm.
disability or you are a caregiver, or a family that's trying to help someone or a caregiver of, this this list will when you're in the middle of saying, "Oh, I just wish I had.
Mhm.
Oh, here's what we really need." And this you can go there and the services are there for you.
Yeah.
The services are there for you to look through and see.
Mhm.
Um, Something as simple as, car detailing.
Mhm.
Very important. You wouldn't really think about it, but if you have a mobility van and you're going in and out of doctor's offices and clinics and things like that, and you have a wheelchair, well, you're rolling into all of that, and you're rolling back out with all of that into your van or car and then into your home.
Mhm.
And I know for us, a lot of times things happen that there's stuff that winds up on the floor of our mobility van that I don't necessarily want wheeling into our house,
Mhm.
into our space. And so if I can keep that clean, it also keeps down on dust and the allergens and just general cleaning
Mhm.
and the ramp. It's just good maintenance. You
Mhm.
get your cars cleaned because you want your cars cleaned. Well, we need to keep your mobility van clean as well, in addition to your wheelchair.
Mhm.
In addition, they get gross.
Mhm.
Wheelchairs get gross
Mhm.
and sticky. And so that's just all a part of it. You don't really think about it. You're like, "Oh, I wish was could s" well, I have a person.
Mhm.
I have a person for you that can do that.
Mhm.
So, I'm trying to create a network that is going to just be a place where you can come and you can find what you need, and if it's not on there, if what you need is not on there, click the info, get it to me. Say, "Hey, I'm looking for.
Mm.
Do you know of somebody?" I will find somebody
Mhm.
because it's not on this is not an exhaustive list. This is not a done. I am adding new partners weekly
Mhm.
because they want to be a part of this.
Mhm.
Every and everything that's on here, I can honestly say we are a part of.
Mm.
We have used or are a part of every one of these services.
That's awesome.
And so I can tell you they're amazing.
Mhm.
It's not like and that's I think the biggest part of this that is so awesome because and truly not like awesome in a goofy way, but truly awesome because people can trust it
Mhm.
because I'm using it.
Mhm.
It and so I tell, the partners, "Look, if people trust me, they're going to trust you.
Mhm.
If I'm taking Taylor there, if I'm using your service, then they know it must be okay
Mm.
because they know how picky I am."
Mhm.
They know, and so it's the getting these businesses and partners that I have into a community that maybe organically they would have not been able to.
Mhm.
If unless you have a person, you're not just showing up where the disability community is.
Mhm.
But if everybody pretty much that's on here has a why that connects back to
Yeah.
it some way, and they're like, "Well, my this or that," and so they can become a part of the whole the whole of it and feel like they are making a difference. Feel like they are making a difference and doing amazing things for it is just like you said, don't think I'm special because I'm putting on shoes.
Yeah.
I'm just putting on shoes. Well, okay, then just go get your hair cut at a hair salon.
So if you are a partner who's watching, I'll have the link to the website below. You can reach out there and get partnered up with Dana. The other things that you do that you've told me about is family coaching. You do a series called Real Talk Real Tools. You got Caregiver Wellness Wednesday, and you also do public speaking. And then there's an Amazon storefront coming soon.
Yes,
What,
yes.
which aspects of those would you like to touch on?
Well, the family coaching, is something that I feel like we've been kind of talking about all along, in that
Yeah,
if I would have had someone like me, and my sister said this specifically when we were talking about this, and I was explaining my idea. She's like, "Dana, if there would have been a you when we started this journey with Taylor,
yep,
think how amazing that would have been, how comforting, how helpful that would have been."
mhm,
Very true. I would have given anything to have somebody that I could reach out to that has walked this walk
yeah,
and that could give me a little bit of information ahead of time. And so that I wasn't trying to figure it all out all at once. Um, and feeling so alone in the middle of it. So that is the family coaching aspect is something where I can work with families directly to either just get you set up to, you're bringing somebody home and you just need help with sort of getting things set up. You're good to go otherwise.
mhm,
I can certainly help you with that. I can help you if you need somebody to come and sort of, usher you for maybe a couple months to
mhm,
kind of get going, get things up and going. But if you'd like something that's just a little more tight, that, you just want access to say, you know what, I need to vent. Can I call you?
mhm,
Yes.
mhm,
Can you come and spend this much time with me each week so that we can work on this, so that we can work on that? It's just more detailed, just a little bit more of an intimate kind of a coaching opportunity. So I've got different ways that I can connect with families.
yeah,
I just don't want anyone to feel like I did.
yeah,
Um, I
and
just
and and I think another maybe important thing is, like, I if you're hearing this and maybe it's not caregiving, but it's disability oriented or whatever else, like, even if it's not, let's say, within your wheelhouse, you could probably still connect them to somebody,
exactly, exactly,
and so I think that's really important to know is, like,
right,
it sounds like you're very inviting to, like, anybody reach out to you, and we can figure out at
100%.
least somebody to connect you to
I
or
will do
something.
everything in my power to make connections. I have made a lot of connections over time. I have a tremendous resource bank of individuals that um, I can reach out to and say, "This is, I think you can be helpful here,"
Mhm.
and just to make those connections. I've done a lot of email connections and text connections, sort of that warm greeting of here's this and this is what I know, and now you too can take it from here. So I love being that connector
Mhm.
that way. One of the things that is, the public speaking aspect is, obviously, as we've been here for, a half a day now,
Yeah.
I have a story to tell. I have things that I can talk about.
Yeah.
And I can talk about them from a standpoint that's very authentic,
Mhm.
that's very real, that is no holds barred. I will talk about anything because one of the things that the physicians said to us is that, taking Taylor home is going to be very messy.
Mhm.
Just so you understand that, right? It's going to be very messy.
Mhm.
And they don't mean messy just in just, like messy. It is a very broad spectrum
Mhm.
word that, bringing someone home that requires this level of care
Mhm.
is messy from day 1 on and all times of day in all kinds of ways. And so having ways to sort of help mediate that um, is great. And I have learned things that I never wanted to know,
Mhm.
but I've learned things along this journey that have been so beneficial that I have been able to take them and I believe, turn them into a way that can be helpful to people universally.
Mhm.
Just universally. I mean, I talk one of my favorite things to talk about is, I had to figure out how to turn faith into an action word
Mhm.
because, I have a tremendous amount of faith. I spent a lot of time, talking to God and not I really didn't ever ask why because I didn't necessarily think he could answer that.
Mhm.
Not that he couldn't, but I'm just like I don't know that I needed to know.
Yeah.
I don't know that I needed to know why. What I needed to know was what now?
Mhm.
What do I do now? And how do I do this? Now that this has happened, the why doesn't really matter for me. I just need to know what to do now. And my faith allowed me to believe that I could.
Mm.
My faith allowed me to believe that I could do something. But I needed faith to get some legs so that it could really help me do things. If it could do laundry, if faith could, order, groceries, if faith could change the bed in the middle of the night, that'd be amazing. But
Mhm.
it turns out that faith doesn't really happen like that until you breathe life into it.
Sure.
And that is the faith that has legs in by way of partners
Mm.
that I have. So my faith came to came to be a reality and or became a noun. My faith went from a verb or went from a noun to a verb
Mhm.
by virtue of my adaptive wellness partners.
Mm.
It's faith in action.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's my faith that things were going to be okay, things were going to get better, not in a "I'll prove you wrong" kind of way, but in a "This is a real thing that can be very helpful" kind of way, like, "This is a needed thing" kind
Mhm.
of way, and so that is important to share with people that you're you can breathe life in, bring it into existence, but you gotta do the work.
Mm.
You do have to do the work. You do have to make it happen. I like sharing that, how I did that. That may wind up being inspirational
Mm.
to somebody else. It may help them to reframe how they think about things.
So you mentioned faith, and what one thing I like to ask anytime somebody mentions faith is a question that I've gotten growing up is if God's so good, why are you disabled? And so it's like, what if God's so good? Why did this happen to your son? And I'm curious what your answer would be.
Well, I think that the way that I've chosen to look at that, and I think that that's a very individual question. I cannot answer that for a single other person in my family.
Absolutely.
But for me, um, we s- we spent time crying out, literally, choose us.
Mm.
God, please choose Taylor.
Mm.
Please choose us. Believing wholeheartedly that there was so much left for Taylor to do.
Mhm.
That it just wasn't his time, it wasn't his time. There was he just God can't be finished with him yet.
Mhm.
Please choose us.
Mm.
He did.
Mm.
And I guess for me, in asking God to choose us, allowed for God to choose me
Mm.
to be a vehicle, use my superpowers for good and not evil, I
Yeah.
guess. And use it as an opportunity to learn that
Mm.
this gene existed.
Yeah. Yeah.
My husband, my daughter, my granddaughter.
Mhm.
To learn that other people may not have the capacity to just take it on
Mhm.
and or the wherewithal or the energy or whatever it may be to just take it on like I've taken it on.
Mhm.
And that's not that's not saying tooting my own horn at all. That's just saying that God I believe God knew that I did,
Mm.
and that therefore he could use me to simply help someone who doesn't.
Mhm.
Now, do I absolutely hate that this happened to Taylor? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, of course.
It completely ruined and uprooted his entire world
Yeah.
and mine.
Yeah.
This was not on my bucket list. This was not on my empty nester life
Right.
bucket list.
Right.
I mean, my husband and I already had plans in motion
Mhm.
for how we wanted to spend the next half of our life,
Mhm.
um, God willing. But this is how it happened.
Mhm.
This is what was chosen for us. Now I can spend my time really being angry about that,
Mhm.
and I have.
Mhm.
I am not gonna even begin to pretend like I have not been some kinda irritated,
Mhm.
angry about this, because it's caused a tremendous amount of upset and hurt,
Mhm.
and, but I think owning that and recognizing that is healthy. You have to do that.
Yeah.
You have to grieve what the life of what you thought it was going to be. I don't even know that I personally have even gone through a grieving process, to be honest with you, though, because I just kept, I've never stopped.
Oh.
I've never stopped to actually grieve anything. So I say that for the benefit of it. I do know that I have grieved the loss of what I thought Taylor's life was going to be.
Mhm.
I do know that.
Yeah.
I do know that I have grieved the loss of what I thought was going to be for my husband and I,
Mhm.
for what I thought was going to be in terms of availability for my daughter and my granddaughter.
Mhm.
I don't have the availability. She lives 30 minutes from me, and I don't have the availability to just be there
Mm.
and be the mammal that I thought I was going to be able to be.
Yeah.
And I'm really, really, really hurt by
Mm.
that. It's not what I wanted. I can't imagine it's what my daughter wanted. You
Right.
know, we had talked about it but but this say I mean this is what it is, right? This is what it is. And so now that we have this, what do we do with it? Um I don't do I believe God is very good.
Mhm.
I do believe God is good. I don't believe God did this to be mean. I don't think he's got that capacity in the first place. So I don't even think, I think God is good and God gives you a choice.
Mhm.
I do think that. I think God gives you a choice to do what you're going to choose to do with what you're given.
Mhm.
I believe God has put people in front of us and in places when we needed them to be there.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree.
So,
That's a great answer, by the way.
thank
It's
you.
you can tell you've thought a lot about that. So, um, okay, so going back to just in time adaptive wellness, can you tell us what the website is?
Sure. www.justintimeadaptivewellness.com.
Okay, um, and then is again, people can go if they want to get more details, but is there anything else from just in time adaptive wellness? I'm probably gonna wrap up, just do some like a couple other closing questions. But is there anything else that you want to talk about or make sure that you mention on the podcast?
Well, you alluded to it. If this is something that you would like to partner with us on, or just talk about it. I mean, let's just have a talk about it,
Mhm.
um, and you can be a part of this. We can talk about ways that you can. If you know somebody that you are thinking of, you're like, "Oh my gosh, I know this person that does this, 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 and this," and maybe they would be interested. Please send them our way.
Mhm.
You do not have to have a background in special needs or disabilities. That is not what this is about.
Yeah.
This is real life, real world things that can become adaptive and accessible and inclusive.
Mhm.
So we are looking to grow. We are looking to make this a thing,
Mhm.
and we also are always looking for more people to follow us. We want everybody to know about this, and apparently social media is the way to do it. I mean, I'm such a baby when it comes to the whole social media thing, so I'm learning all of this brand new every day. Um, but I have started 2 things on my Facebook that is, Real Talk, Real Tools, like you said, and Caregiver Wellness. And the Real Talk, Real Tools is on Mondays, Caregiver Wellness is Caregiver Wellness Wednesday, but they're just moments where I can share from my real life experience. Real Talk, Real Tools is, I don't know, let's say this is a gate belt with handles. This is something that nobody's gonna tell you you need, but you need,
Mhm.
if is transfers are a part of your world. I just did a Real Talk, Real Tools on candle warmers. You know, I like for my place to smell good, not like I mean, again, you talk about PTSD is that whole thing with smelling like a hospital. I
Mhm.
did not want my place to smell like a hospital.
Mhm.
And so I have candle warmers that I put a candle under and there's no flame and it still just smells like, butter pecan or and
Yeah.
it's just better. I mean, and again, it comes back around to help to develop this sense of wellness,
Yeah.
right? And wellness is so much more than a spa day.
Yeah.
It has just evolved into I think I did put into AI actually, how many different types of wellness are there? And I don't know, I got this list of like 40 different types of wellness, and I'm like, "I completely believe that." And, and then after that, there is I will show you I will show you in this, little reel that I do myself using it,
Mhm.
so it's very definitely something that I can get behind, and then there's a link. So you don't have to even spend time to try and find it on Amazon. There's a link, you can go directly to it, and that leads us into I'm building this whole Amazon storefront that's going to happen,
Mhm.
and so it is a whole place where you can just go and look. If you need another question that I'm asked on a regular basis, which is interesting for those in the disability community, people say, "Well, what do I get them for a birthday gift?
Mm.
What do I get them for a Christmas gift? I
Interesting.
wanna get them something that's going to be helpful, or I wanna give them something that's still gonna be fun. Can I get him something that's fun?
Mhm.
Oh, sure. How about giant checkers?
Yeah.
How about a life-size, Connect 4?
Mhm.
I mean, it's no different than something you would put in your backyard when you're having a barbecue.
Yeah.
But for Taylor, that's a real way he can play,
Mhm.
and it's OT and PT to
Mm.
boot. So, I mean, there's lots of things like that, so it's not always medical supplies
Yeah.
that are gonna be on there. A lot of practical things and a lot of really great things, things that would make great gifts for someone.
Yeah.
Um, and then, uh and then the Caregiver Wellness Wednesday, that is just an opportunity for me to speak from my heart.
Mhm.
Just literally condensing down all of these, hours and minutes into just like a little 3 to 5 minute, "This is what's on my heart. This is what I want to share with you right now." It's just a little way that I have been able to find a little bit of wellness. Don't look for me to look cute. Don't look for me to look, prepared. It's whatever I've got a whole series of T-shirts too. It's whatever T-shirt I'm wearing that day. I did a whole thing on it's a ball cap kind of day. You know
Mhm.
why? Because it is.
Yeah.
And so, today we're just gonna put a ball cap on and, lip gloss and call it a done deal because everything still has to happen.
Yeah.
And so we're just gonna put a ball cap on to cover it up, and that's okay. It's understanding that that's okay. Giving yourself permission to have a ball cap kind of day.
Mhm.
Giving yourself permission to just breathe.
Mhm.
When, red light therapy, this was a whole thing I did. You know what I call red light therapy? Sitting at a red light and taking 30 seconds to just go,
Mm. I like that.
I can get red light therapy, literally taking a few good deep breaths, which changes a perspective in a
Mhm.
lot of cases. So those are 2 series. I want people to know that I'm available for public speaking.
Yep.
That's something that I really, really am looking forward to. And not just I'm looking to speak to therapy teams. I want to speak to social workers at the rehab centers on that. How can we help people instead of just giving them a binder full of stuff that really isn't going to matter?
Mhm.
How can we help people to really know what they need to go home with?
Mhm.
How can I talk maybe to those people on a rotating basis, kind of a thing? Is it a video that we make that they
Mhm.
can watch or something? There's lots can happen there. So
Sure.
I think really that is fundamentally kind of wraps it up for me in terms of everything. I've got so many more things that I have on my I don't like to call them to-do lists, I like to call them to-da list.
Ah,
So that, even when, you put things down on a list, most oftentimes, we concentrate on what's not done
yeah.
on that list instead of so perspective is a huge, huge thing
Mhm.
in caregiving.
Mhm.
You've gotta keep your perspective.
Yeah.
So instead of focusing on what is not been done, focus just, cross that off that list and then go like, "Hmm, ta-da."
Yeah, yeah, right.
Throw up your jazz hands. Nobody else is around. Nobody's gonna know. So
Yeah,
just do it for yourself. Say "ta-da" out loud and then focus on what you've accomplished, not what you have left yet to do.
yeah.
So,
Yeah, so, thinking about everything that we've talked about, what is the one thing you hope viewers get from our conversation today?
oh, this is super simple.
Mm.
I hope that of everything that has been said, the takeaway is that you are not alone.
Mm.
You are absolutely not alone. Spend less time searching for things, more time living and thriving, and I will be there for you just in time.
I love that. Yes. Okay, so where can people find you if you
Uh,
wanna go through everything?
Oh, sure, sure, sure. You can find us on Facebook, Just in Time Adaptive Wellness. We also have a Just in Time Adaptive Wellness parent network.
Mm,
So I try to we try to have virtual support meetings
okay.
for parents wherever, and that's just an opportunity. I try to have speakers and various things like that. So we also have that. We are on Instagram, Just in Time Adaptive Wellness on the gram. And apparently now we are on TikTok, brand new thing. But it's Just in Time Wellness 25.
Okay.
And it's 25 because that's the year we started,
Okay.
25. So Just in Time Wellness 25. I couldn't put adaptive in there because it was too many letters.
Yeah.
So Just in Time Wellness 25. And then I can be emailed directly at just Dana at justintimeadaptivewellness.com.
Mm, got
So
it. Yeah, and again, this will all be in the description, so you can find it there. Great. Well, we're nearing the end. So, any final thoughts or message or anything else? I'll give you whatever space you want for that.
I well, it's not unlike I said, you are not alone here.
Yeah.
Please don't sit in that big pot of overwhelmed soup. I will provide a ladder for you to climb out just one rung at a time because it's literally baby steps, and I get it. I can promise you that I get it. I'm your situation is 100% probably not going to match mine.
Hmm.
Nobody's does. I mean, we say, if you've seen someone, with a brain injury, and in our case, then you've seen one person with a
Yeah.
brain injury because they're all different. And I feel that's the same. There's, a lot of overreach that in disability that is similar, but every single person's story is unique.
Hmm.
And that is that's actually a good thing.
Yeah.
That they're all unique because there's so much that we can share and learn and provide for each other. We can be there for no matter where you are on this journey. We are here to help you in whatever capacity that we can. And don't, if I can, I mean, I'm very young. I'm 5 years in this journey, but I am able to bring a lifetime of what I've learned into these 5 years, and I feel like that has served me well.
Yeah.
And I think it has positioned us in a really great place to move forward, to share our story, to share our story of, what we believe is God's amazing grace,
Hmm.
to share our story of faith, to share our story um of endurance,
Hmm.
to share our story of grit, to share our story of what makes this really hard.
Hmm.
Why didn't someone tell me this?
Hmm.
That's what I am hoping for.
Cool.
So
Well, thank you, Dana. I appreciate the you coming on and spending 4.5
ha
hours
woo, we
uh
win the big prize.
king. I do think this will be my longest episode, but man, you have an incredible story to share, and I really hope somebody listening to this is impacted by this in a positive way. And I really go follow Just in Time Adaptive Wellness. They've got a great mission. And you can find out so much more information on that website. So, anyway, well, everybody, thank you for joining the Rolling Forward podcast. If you like what you heard, hit that like button, subscribe, or leave a comment. Also, if you want to be a part of the Wheelchair Mafia, you can get a shirt at rollingforward.printful.me. There's a bunch of other funny shirts on there. You can get the podcast logo. Again, rollingforward.printful.me to buy a t-shirt. And if you've got a story worth sharing, please reach out. I'd love to have you on the podcast. You could be my next guest. And until next time, keep rolling forward.
See ya.
Bye, everyone.